Good morning. Welcome to the National Archives Virtual Genealogy Fair. I'm David Ferriero, Archivist of the United States. In an experiment 3 years ago, we took our Genealogy Fair to the ether in order to engage a larger audience and spread the word globally about the richness of the resources and services available here at the National Archives. It was a success, and last year more than 22,000 of you participated. This proved to us that we truly can bring the National Archives to you no matter where you are in the world. Today we have the National Archives staff from around the country making presentations about using records from our holdings to help you discover your own family story, as I have done myself. Using our records, I learned when my father's parents sailed from Naples to Boston in the early 1900s and discovered that my grandfather's father was already here in this country, a piece of family history new to my relatives. Here at the National Archives, we make history come to life. We have over 12 billion pages of records. Many of them are of special interest to genealogists, such as passenger arrival lists, records of naturalizations, and land and military files. Each day in our research rooms around the country, people comb through these records to piece together details of their own family histories. But for the next 2 days, we'll be here virtually to teach you about our genealogical records, and we'll help you discover your history. We're featuring lectures about records relating to the Civilian Conservation Corps, military and early Veterans Administration personnel data records, and women in war-time civilian employment. Each record, large or small, is a representation of a greater story, many of which are still being told today in daily life. Our preservation staff will advise you on the care of your family records and answer your questions during a 30-minute Q&A. During the fair, we are on Facebook and Twitter. You can follow the National Archives on Twitter using the hashtag shown on the screen. I am grateful to the staff of the National Archives, particularly to our Research Customer Support Coordinator, Diane Dimkoff, and her team, Andrea Matney and Kathy Lumi. And I especially want to acknowledge all the presenters across the nation. Shortly after the end of the fair, the recorded lectures and material will be available on the Genealogy Fair's website at the URL on your screen. You'll be able to tune in and watch as many times as you like. Thank you very much and enjoy the fair.
Good morning. My name is Diane Dimkoff, and I'm the director of the fair, and I am the Research Customer Support Coordinator. You just heard from the Archivist of the United States, David Ferriero. I want to welcome you to our first day of the 2015 Genealogy Fair, and I hope you have fun and that you can join us for both days. Before we begin for the first session, I have 3 helpful hints. 1, because we broadcast live, speakers will answer questions at the end of their talks during the Q&A answer time. You can submit questions for a speaker through this YouTube page using chat. For captioning, open a separate browser window, then go to the 2015 Virtual Genealogy Fair webpage. From there, you will find the schedule and handouts. Locate the current session and then click and open for its captioning link. Finally, please note that the video presentations and handouts will remain available on the Virtual Genealogy Fair website after the event. From our website, you can also find previous Genealogy Fair videos and handouts. This is session number 1, and the lecture is Introduction to Genealogy at the National Archives. Our speaker is Claire Kluskens. During her presentation, you will learn how to do basic genealogical research using federal records at the National Archives, including census, immigration, and military service and pension records. Ms. Kluskens is a genealogy project's archivist, and she works at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. And we now welcome to the stage Claire Kluskens.
Thank you, Diane, and good morning, everyone. And let me add my welcome to you to the Genealogy Fair this morning. We're going to talk on getting started on your research, and we'll give you some pointers for getting organized and then some of the basic records that are useful in genealogical research. In 1 hour, I can't possibly tell you everything that you'd like to know about getting started with your genealogical research, so we'll just be skimming the surface on this topic. Genealogy is really a lifetime hobby that makes history relevant. The geography, the economics, the politics, the social factors, religion, climate, and all those other forces that shaped our ancestors' lives. And it often pays to read more deeply into history to learn about those factors that did shape our ancestors' lives. For example, in the year 1816, that was the year without any summer, the year when it snowed every month of the year in the northern states, and people thought that the end of the world was at hand, and they joined churches, and all their crops perished, and they kept planting them over and over again, and their livestock perished, and it was a terrible time. And so because of that, in 1817 and in a couple years thereafter, people left their homes in the northern United States and went to the Midwest where they hoped to have a better life. And when you understand things like that happened, that helps put what your ancestors did in context. Begin with yourself. Get organized. Get your tools, a box or a binder, full-size paper or notebooks, writing utensils, a 4 or 5 generation ancestor chart, family group sheets. Some people put their data into computer genealogy programs, but get organized. Fill out your ancestor chart. This is a way of understanding at a glance what you know about your immediate ancestors and what you don't know, and that helps organize your thought. And when you go into a research facility and you need help from the people at that facility, they have something to look at with you to figure out how they can help you with your research. Likewise, fill out a family group sheet for each ancestral couple. This includes information about the 2 spouses and their children, and gives you a place to record some of that information. So again, you understand at a glance what you know and what you don't know about that family, because knowing what you know, knowing what you don't know will help you focus on where you should go with your research. Organize any old family papers you have, birth certificates, marriage certificates, death certificates, newspaper death notices, military papers, social security cards, photographs, and please do write on the back of the photographs first and last names of the people in the photographs and the year it was taken and the place that it was taken, because yes, you know who's in the photographs, but 20 years from now, no one will know, and certainly 50 years from now, no one will know unless you write that information down. And it is always heartbreaking to see in antique stores or in online sales locations where there are all these old family photographs that are being sold, and they're not with their family. And so it's something that you really need to do, is to get organized. Interview your relatives, your parents, your grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, even neighbors that used to live next to your family, because these people may know names and dates and family stories and places and interesting stories. They might even have old family records pertinent to your ancestors. They might be able to tell you stories about life in the olden days. You know, don't just collect names and dates. Learn something about the people that were your ancestors, because they had stories to tell. And so the family traditions and what happened in the old days, that is valuable information as well. The starting points to understanding your family, of course, is to know who your family is, the names of ancestors, their siblings and other relatives, dates of birth, marriage, death, divorce, and the places where those events occurred, their occupations, any military service, and other biographical details. You link it all together, the name plus some additional fact that links him or her to a specific geographic location or event on a specific date, and the source of the information. The name by itself is not enough, and the source of that information is very important to analyzing the credibility and the accuracy of that information. For example, Fred T. Brown, his death certificate indicates that he died in 1921. The death certificate was filed not long after he died. His gravestone in the cemetery says he died in 1922. It was likely put up several years after he died, and somebody made a mistake. He certainly did die in 1921. Sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to determine which item is accurate. The death record for Sally Presley Hayford indicated she died April 2nd, 1902, while the newspaper indicated she died April 3rd, 1902. In this case, the death record may not have been filed immediately after the death, whereas the newspaper came out a couple of days afterwards. It might be that the doctor last saw this person on the 2nd when she was still alive and thought she died soon after, whereas perhaps the family was with her and knew she died perhaps after midnight, that kind of thing, making it the 3rd of April. So this is a little bit more difficult to determine which is the more accurate date. Join genealogical societies. This is a really crucial thing to do. Join the National Genealogical Society, the state society in the state where you live and the states where your ancestors lived, county genealogical societies, both in the county where you live and the counties where your ancestors lived. And so why do you want to do that? Well, they have publications with information that will have articles useful to you. They're also a vehicle for you to publish in as well. They will provide information about the area, the history, the records, research facilities, and more. They provide an opportunity for networking with other researchers who are researching in that locale and may have similar problems or experiences to you that can give you some guidance for your research. And many of these societies also offer educational classes and conferences as well. Publish or your research perishes. Publish in your county, state, and national society publications. Write up your family story. Don't assume that you're the only person in the world who's interested in that family. Other people may be interested in that family as well. And make sure that copies of your articles or your books are with other family members who are interested, libraries where your family lived, and libraries with national collections. Publish or your research may very well perish. We read too often about genealogists who, after they die, their spouse or their adult children who don't care about genealogy just throw everything out, thinking it's just worthless material, when it was all very lovingly researched and created. And so you want a legacy, and make this your legacy to get your materials published in some format. Learn how to do genealogy right. Borrow books from your public library on how to do genealogy, relevant aspects of history, and so forth. Take genealogy classes and follow the research standards recommended by the National Genealogical Society. Do research in real records. Don't just take information that somebody posted on their family tree online and assume that's absolutely accurate, because you don't know without verifying their research. In our system of government, records are created at the federal, state, and county level. Libraries also have materials in books, microfilm records, and other things such as databases that are online. Cemeteries, churches, funeral homes, and private organizations have also created records. The National Archives is the repository of the permanently valuable records of the United States federal government, and these include, among many other things, the census records from 1790 down through 1940, which is the most recent available census for your use, military service records, pension records, unit records, World War I and World War II draft registration cards, immigration records from the 1820s to the 1950s, naturalization records, and many other possibilities depending on how your ancestor interacted with the federal government. When you're doing research in archival records, be aware that the name may not be spelled as you expect to find it. In many cases, in lots of cases, the name is written in the records according to the ear test. What did the census taker or the other record keepers think was said? They probably didn't ask how it was spelled, and in many cases, people didn't always know how to spell either. A simple English name like Western with a U could be written as Western with an E, or dropping the R altogether as Weston. Hayford could be spelled in any number of ways, as indicated on your screen, and a Czechoslovakian name like Simmel has been found in records as Symel and even Chimel. And McCullough, a Scots-Irish name, has been found in American records as McCallie. It just depends on the accent or the other family. brute force. If you know where the person lived, read the census for that town, township, village, focusing not only on the last names, but on the first names as well. The census is arranged geographically by state, then by county, and then by local jurisdiction. People don't live in alphabetical order, after all. For 1870 through 1940, every person is listed by name with their age and gender, race, marital status, occupation, birthplace, and for 1880 through 1930, the birthplace of the parents, and other information depending on the census year. For 1850 and 1860, every free person is listed by name with their age, gender, race, marital status, occupation, and birthplace, and also other information such as the value of their real estate and their personal property. For 1850 and 1860, there are slave schedules that indicate the name of the slave owner and list the slaves by age and gender. There are usually no names. In very rare cases will you find the names of slaves listed. For 1790 through 1840, the census indicates the name of the head of household only, and other household members are listed by gender and age categories. And the slaves, again, are part of the master's household and are given in gender and age categories. I'm going to do a census search here for you for an African-American family that lived in Autauga County, Alabama. This is a family that I chose at random a number of years ago before I was going to give a presentation to an African-American genealogy conference. And so the family I chose and this was before the 1940 census came out, so I'm starting today with 1930, was Jese Washington, who lived in Washington, Autauga County, Alabama, with his wife Ella and their children, Harry, Dottie, Betty, Arch, Quincy, and a grandson, Albert Walter. This is what the census looks like, and as I indicated before, what the additional information was on there, the name, age, gender, marital status, occupation, place of birth of parents, and so forth. So with the information that I got off this census, then I looked for them in the 1920 census and found that Jesse was actually Joe Washington, but I knew I had the right family here because we had Ella, his wife, and then they had a number of children. The children that you see in italics on your screen are the children that were listed on the 1930 census. So they've got Ida, Anna, Eddie, Foster, Lula, William, Harry, Dolly, Bamista, Archie, Quincy, and Albert this time, who is called a stepson. And notice that the parents are ages 45 and 40 instead of the expected 53 and 48 based on the 1930 census. And again, all of the information that you find in census records you have to take with a grain of salt because you don't know who's giving the information and how accurate their knowledge is about their family. So you have to be flexible. And this is what the census record looks like for that family. Again, it's very similar to the 1930 census with similar informational content. So using the information I had from the 1920 census, and you use the clues you get in one record to find clues in another record, I used the clues from the 1920 census to find this family in the 1910 census. They were still living in the same place in Alabama. And so we have Joe, Ella, and then the children you see here in italics were all seen on the later censuses except Clarence, who was not. The parents are ages 36 and 35 instead of the expected 35 and 30 based on the 1920 census. Again, you have to take all the information with a grain of salt, use it as clues. And so here's the 1910 census image. This family starts at the bottom of one page and then continues onto the next page. If you find your family on the bottom of a census page, please do scroll or click to the next page on the census to see if your family continues on to the next page. That might sound like a rather basic thing to say, but I have known people to not do that, and so I just wanted to make sure that you wouldn't make that mistake also. So going back to 1900, we have Joe and Ella with their children seen in the 1910 census, except for George, who might have died before 1910. One of the really cool things about the 1900 census is that it gives you the month as well as the year of birth. And in many places, especially in the South, this might be as close to a birth date as you get for that person. And so here's what the 1900 census looks like. Again, it's very similar to the censuses we've already seen. So going back to 1890, well, very little of the 1890 census survives. Most of it was destroyed as a result of a fire in the Commerce Department building in 1921. There is 1890 census information for about 6,000 individuals. Unfortunately, that information does not pertain to where this family lives, so I had to make the 20-year leap. Most people have to make the 20-year leap from 1900 to 1880, and it can be a very difficult leap to make sometimes. So with the information I had, and I didn't have a whole lot of time to look, I tried on online indexes, but I didn't find him. But he must be on the census somewhere. Strategies for finding him would be to search that county line by line. He could be, however, in a different county. It would be useful to look for other records that might name his parents and other siblings, and that would be a way of finding him. He might also have a different surname. In the late 19th century, African American surnames were not very stable, and so he might have had a different surname than Washington in 1880. So I wasn't about to give up, so I decided to think about his wife, Ella. And before I go on to Ella, part of the problem with Joe is that we don't really know exactly how old he is in 1880. His age is somewhere between 5 and 13 years old, based on those earlier censuses. So we've got a range in which to look for him. So I moved to his wife, Ella, and someone had put an index to the marriage records for that county online. So I found that Joe Washington married Ella Livingston in 1895. You'd want to be sure to get a copy of the original record because that record might have additional information, such as the name of the minister or the justice of the peace that married them, and the information content would undoubtedly vary somewhat by state and county. This is what I had found online, and they were married on Valentine's Day in 1895. And that matches with the 1900 census. One of the things given to you on the 1900 census is how many years the couple had been married, and it said 5, so that matched with this. So with Ella, again, we're working with very little information. Her age is between 2 and 8 years old based on the earlier census records. We're assuming that she's likely in Autauga County, but we really have no idea. And so in the 1880 census, I did find a Livingston family with a child named Ella. So we have Hill Livingston with his wife Mary and their children Melissa, George, Archie, Clara, Hilliard, Ella, Edgar, and Hattie. And all those names should sound very familiar because those are the names we saw for Joe and Ella Washington's children in those later censuses. And of course, people in those days did typically name their children for all their relatives. So this is a pretty good match for Ella, who is 6 years old at this time, and her father, Hill, is probably Hilliard, based on her brother's full name, which is Hilliard. So with this, going back to this is the 1880 census image, and again, they start at the bottom of one page and go on to the next page. So in 1870, using the clues I had, I looked for a Hilliard Livingston, and I found him living in Beat 5 with the post office of Prattville in Autauga County, Alabama. But where's his wife and children? He's at the bottom of a household. Well, let's look more closely at this household. And when you find relatives that are living in a household with a different name, don't just ignore those people because they could be relatives, they could be non-relatives, but oftentimes they are relatives in one way or another. You look closely at the names, we have Mary Alexander, Melissa, George, Arch, and Clarence. This is his wife and children using a different surname, which was a fairly common thing at that time for African Americans in the South. So this is his wife and children on the census with him in 1870. And there they are all with their ages as we've seen. So that gives you in a nutshell census records. You use them as basic building blocks from 1870. If you have free people or white people, you would go back to 1860, 1850, and so forth, as far back as you could go. And because I have limited time, I'm not going to continue on with a different census search to show you that kind of thing. I need to move on to another topic, and so we're going to go to military service and pension records, which we have from the Revolutionary War down to the Philippine Insurrection, including the War of 1812, the Civil War, miscellaneous wars, the Indian War, and the Spanish-American War. Military service records are indexed by war and then by name. They provide basic facts about the person and possibly more, but basically the name, the age, the location of enlistment and how long, the units in which they served and their ranks, and basic information about the service. And these images are kind of poor, and I apologize for that. This is the jacket or the envelope on the left for the military service file for William McCullough, who served in the 15th Massachusetts Regiment during the Revolutionary War, and then one card from that jacket or envelope. The card on the right indicates that he was on a muster roll dated March 5, 1778 at Valley Forge, and during the month of February 1778 he was on duty, and he had enlisted for 3 years. It also tells you that he was in Captain Daniel Barnes' company. Military service records from the 19th century aren't going to tell you who their family was or anything like that, because all that was important was, could you walk and carry a gun? And the information on cards such as this was copied from the original muster rolls, which basically only contained this information. This is a muster roll from the next month, March, which basically shows you that there isn't a whole lot of information, just this names of the men and what they were doing during that month, whether they were sick or in camp or on guard or on duty, whatever they were doing that month. So that's why the records don't give you a whole lot of information, but they are a basic building block to learning more about that person's military service. Moving on to pension records, and I could talk for a whole hour on pension records, but we don't have time for that. They are indexed and arranged by war. So we have military service records for the Revolutionary War, War of 1812, various old wars, and the Civil War, and later. The pension records are really where the gold is, because they give much more details about the service of the person, their family members, especially if there was a widow or dependent children, and any medical conditions that the person may have had. For World War I and World War II, there are, among other things, and other lecturers in the Genealogy Fair will delve into these things, but we do have, for example, World War I draft registration cards, which is for all men aged 18 to 45, whether or not they served. And there are different kinds of cards with different kinds of information on them, but typically these include the name, the date and place of birth, the occupation and employer, the next of kin and their address, and a physical description. And for World War II, what is publicly available is the World War II fourth registration, which was the registration of the quote-unquote the old men, the men who were age 45 and older. Moving on to immigration records, as the archivist David Ferriero mentioned in his opening remarks, we do have immigration records, including ship passenger lists from 1820 down to the 1950s, land border records for people crossing the Canadian border from 1895 through the 1950s, and at the land border with Mexico from the 1903 to the 1950s. And to give you an idea of what some of these look like, this is a ship passenger list from the year 1873, and as you can see, it's handwritten, and it includes the person's name, their age, their gender, their occupation, where they were from. For this one, it only says Germany, which is a problem because if you're trying to figure out where in the old country your people came from and it only says Germany, that's not terribly helpful. Gives the destination as United States. Well, you already knew this because this is a passenger list of a ship arriving at New York. So that's not terribly helpful. But again, this typically is the first record that you will find of people arriving in the United States. And again, the name may not be spelled the way you expect to find it. This is another passenger list. It's from 1902, and it does give more information than the previous passenger list. This one includes the the village from which the person came from in the old country, as well as the name and address of a relative in the United States that they were going to join. So that can be very helpful information in linking you back to the old country and to other relatives here in the United States. At the land border with Canada and Mexico, most of the records are in a format of a card because there was no, they weren't arriving on ship passenger lists. They weren't arriving on ships. The ship passenger lists were created by the staff of the steamship company. So at the land border, where you didn't have that, you had the immigration officials recording the information on cards that made it easier to record and easier to file. And so this is an example of an arrival at Laredo, Texas in 1925. Moving on to naturalization. Naturalization is the process of becoming a U.S. citizen. An alien did not have to become a U.S. citizen. They could be an alien their whole life in the United States. But there were two steps, and the first step was to declare your intent to become a citizen. You could do this as soon as 2 years after you had arrived, and then 3 years after that, you could then petition for naturalization. You didn't have to do these steps in the same court. You didn't have to even do them in the same state. One relative filed his declaration of intent in Montana and then filed his petition in Chicago. So that gives you an example of you really didn't have to do it in one place. Naturalization can be a very challenging, finding naturalization records can be a very challenging thing to do, so it's probably not the first step that you want to take as a researcher, especially as a beginning researcher. There are other easier things to do, such as census research, but only truly if you're desperate to start with this. There are lots of other federal records that can be useful for genealogical research. It all depends on your relative's relationship with the federal government. If they were African Americans after the Civil War, there might be mention of them in the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, and the Freedmen Savings and Trust. If you had Native American ancestry, they might be mentioned in the records of the Bureau of Indian Affairs if they maintained an affiliation with a federally recognized tribe. If they did not maintain an affiliation with a federally recognized tribe, then they would not be in those records. You had Southern Unionists who filed claims with the federal government for property taken by the Union Army during the Civil War. You could find them in the records of the Southern Claims Commission. You might have an ancestor who was a postmaster or some other type of federal employee. And you might have had ancestors, especially out west, who bought or obtained land from the federal government, either by buying it with cash or through the homestead process. At the state level, there are vital records, such as birth and death records that have been kept at the state level since the early 1900s, with a copy at the county level. At the county records you have, and when these records start depends on the state and the county, of course, but there have been kept at the county level vital records, including your birth, marriage, death, and divorce records, land records, deeds, mortgages, taxes, court records for naturalization, probate, litigation, and criminal justice, voter registration, and perhaps other records at the county level as well. At your public libraries, you'll find useful things. Most libraries have a local history and genealogy collection. You'll find newspapers on microfilm for the local newspapers, and 19th century newspapers can be a wonderful source of information about the doings of people in small towns across America. So that's something not to ignore. Libraries can have books of compiled genealogies that have already been done by other folks, histories of the location, and lots more. Keep researching. There's always more to learn about your family. Stay organized. Keep writing your family's history as you go along, because that will help focus you on what you know and what you don't know. And it's a lot easier to write a little piece at a time than trying to do a whole thing at once. Remember that the names are not always spelled how you expect to find them in records, and different records may give conflicting information. Thank you for coming today, and of course our website, archives.gov, has a lot of information about the records in our custody, and we have a genealogy main page, and you see both of those URLs on your screen. And I am open for questions.
Thank you so much, Claire. Do you have one question that came in from Brad Stone? It's almost a trick question about census records. He asks, do you have statistics on how often people were not recorded at all in a given census? So I guess based on a previous census, now it's changed.
I don't think that there's any way to answer that question. I don't think anyone has done the statistical analysis for that. I mean, certainly in modern times, the Census Bureau comes up with estimates on the number of people it thinks it's missed in the modern censuses, but in terms of 19th century or earlier 20th, I'm not sure that if anyone's done the analysis of that.
Thank you. I have a couple of more questions for you. Jan Murphy asks, Claire, how can we find out about what pages are missing from the census for a given ED?
I guess her question assumes that she thinks there's a page missing for that ED. If she thinks there's a page missing for that ED, probably one thing that she could do would be to email us at inquire@nara.gov and ask us the question, and we'll look at our microfilm and see whether we agree that a page was skipped. Now, for the 1900 and later censuses, we only have those on microfilm, so if a page was skipped, all we can say is, yeah, it was skipped, but this actual original census records don't exist anymore. The original 1880 schedules reside in the state archives of the various states. Typically, the 1790 through 1870 census we have in the original manuscript form as well as on microfilm.
Thank you very much. I do have more questions coming in.
Keep firing away.
All right, let's keep going. This question is again about census and before statehood. Patricia Klein asks how to find out about records or visits by federal government agents in territories before statehood. Specifically, Patricia is looking at southern Colorado.
I'm not conversant with Colorado history, but certainly it was organized as a territory before then, and if she has specific questions, I'd say send them in to inquire@archives.gov. Certainly, any territorial government of Colorado would have there would be records at the Colorado State Archives, but certainly in terms of federal records, there would be records of what the federal government was doing there as well.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that wasn't more specific.
Yeah, we have some very specific questions. They're not so general here. We have someone by the name Stockpot 417. To be a U.S. citizen in the mid-1900s, were they really asked to bear arms for their country?
I'm not sure what the context of that. That was mid-19th century, you said?
Mid-1900s, yes.
I'm not sure of the context of that question. I mean, certainly U.S. citizens do bear arms for their country. And that would be one reason why aliens are not on the Civil War draft registration records, which you can find online on Ancestry.com, is because they weren't being registered for the draft because they were aliens. Aliens, of course, did serve in the Civil War because at their choice. And again, many U.S. citizens served in the Civil War either at their choice or not, but yeah.
Wonderful. We have a question about voter registration records. Diane Telfer, she says, you mentioned voter registration records. How are they obtained?
Voter registration records are typically kept at the county where the person lived. So you would start either with the county archives or the Board of Elections in that county.
Thank you. We have a question from Gwen Wall. This is very general. Again, about census. Are there other records which could be searched if I think that an ancestor was in an area but does not show up in a specific census?
Okay, so your ancestor, if he or she lived in a city, might show up in a city directory. City directories are like telephone books, only they list occupations instead of phone numbers. And many larger cities in the United States did have city directories published by private entities for them. A good place to find out whether a city directory might exist for your location is to Google Library of Congress city directories, and you'll find a listing of what the Library of Congress has for city directories.
This is Diane. Someone wrote in and said that they ordered some records and it's been 5 months. Here's what I'm going to suggest. Send me an email with the information about what you ordered. You can get me at Diane, D-I-A-N-E, Dimkoff, D-I-M as in mom, K-O-F-F, at NARA, N-A-R-A.gov. Excuse me, that's my work address. I'm customer service lady, so send it to me and I'll see what I can do for you.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you. This is back to Andrea and the questions that we're getting from the chat. This will probably be answered later. It's a military question, but the question is from Tamara. Is there such thing as World War II pension records?
I'm going to defer you to our folks from St. Louis who will talk on that, because I am not a 20th century records person. I'm a 19th century records person primarily. So sorry for the dodge.
Thank you. I think we'll go with one more question. It's from Marilyn. She's looking for ancestors in the 1860 Weston, Missouri census, both born in Kentucky, but can't find anything before 1860. Any ideas?
Well, I'm not sure from the question whether she expects to find them in 1850 in Missouri or somewhere else before 1860. I would say just keep searching and search until you are sure you have done a reasonably exhaustive search. I mean, that's really the standard in genealogy. And if you're not finding them in Missouri, I suppose since they were born in Kentucky, try Kentucky. Understand that Missouri was, to the best of my knowledge, pretty much the Wild West back in 1850, and so it's certainly possible that if they were living in a remote corner somewhere, the enumerator could very well have missed them. If they own land, you'd want to check the land records to see when they bought land, and then if they bought land before 1860, then that would at least help you pinpoint them in that location at whatever date they bought the land. So,
Those are some wonderful tips. Thank you, Claire.
and I think it is time for me to exit. So thank you all very much, and if you have further questions, please send them to inquire@nara.gov.
Thank you. And we'll take a moment to transition over to Diane.
Thanks so much, Claire. Again, if we didn't get to your question, or if you think of a question in a few minutes, please send it to inquire@nara.gov. It's on the screen, so you should copy that down. Please don't send me referencing questions to that personal work email I gave you just now, but I do handle the customer service complaints, so if we've somehow caused a wrinkle in your research or your interactions with NARA, please do write to me. We'll resume again at about 11 o'clock. Thank you. Good morning and welcome back. This is session number 2 of the 2015 Virtual Genealogy Fair. This session is entitled Preserving Your Family Records, Conversations and Questions, and our speaker is Mary Lynn Ritzenthaler. Mary Lynn will discuss how to preserve family papers and photographs. Her talk covers how to preserve and then safely mount, frame, display, and store your records. After her talk, she will be open to the audience for a question and answer period, which we're calling our conversation. So after her talk, have your questions ready. Mary Lynn Ritzenthaler is chief of the Conservation Laboratory at the National Archives at College Park, Maryland. Welcome to the stage, Mary Lynn.
Good morning. A discussion on preserving family papers. All of us have treasured materials that we have collected or that have been passed down to us over the years. These include treasured letters, photographs, perhaps family Bibles, childhood books or drawings, but things that we would like to keep to have available for our own research and pleasure, and also to pass on to future family members. So there are some basic preservation steps that we can all take to make sure that our materials last as long as possible. And these are basically the same kinds of activities that archives and libraries undertake to preserve their collections for the long term. We just have to apply it to a home environment. Probably one of the major activities is to ensure that we have a good environment. This would be moderate temperature and relative humidity. For those of us who took chemistry classes, we know that cool and dry will help to retard any kind of chemical change to the materials that we are trying to preserve. Also making sure that we use good storage materials that are stable, that will not have an adverse impact on our photos and papers. So for example, we probably don't really want to use shoeboxes, which are not the best example. Careful handling is another important thing, to really look at your items, let them tell you what their condition is and what they can withstand if the paper is brittle, if mounts on photographs are potentially weak. You will need to adapt your handling techniques to the item. If you have objects that you want to display, you need to really follow the same kind of policies that archives and libraries do, which is to limit exposure to light, because that can be damaging, can cause fading and darkening of some materials. Another very good preservation tool is to use your nose. If you can smell something, that is usually a good indication that there's some kind of chemical activity taking place. And that could be that lovely new car smell that we like, the smell of vinyl. That is probably a clue that maybe the storage binder or plastic enclosure that you're using is an unstable plastic. Or if you smell something that seems to be like the odor of vinegar, that could be a clue that some of your film-based negatives are cellulose acetate, not very stable, and would benefit from copying. So the environment is a really good place to start, and as I mentioned, temperature and relative humidity are important to minimize the chances for chemical degradation of materials. You want to avoid high temperature and high moisture levels. High moisture can cause problems with mold and mildew, and you can also have problems with enhanced chemical activity. So making sure that your items are stored in a stable place, avoiding such areas as basements, attics, and garages. You also need to be concerned about light sources and light levels, especially if you're going to be displaying materials. You want to limit display and try to avoid exposure to sunlight and to fluorescent light, because both of those light sources contain high levels of ultraviolet radiation, which is the most active part of the light spectrum and can cause fading of inks and pigments, and also can affect the color balance of photographic materials. For papers that are of poor quality, you perhaps have seen examples of things like newsprint or newspapers that have been left outside or perhaps hung in a store window, and how quickly they begin to fade and darken, resulting essentially in the loss of legibility of the text. You want to avoid storing papers and photographs near sources of heat or moisture. So in a home environment, this would include avoiding areas where you have radiators, sinks, overhead pipes. I already mentioned avoiding places such as basements, attics, and garages, where usually the temperature and relative humidity is not regulated. And in the summertime, it might get very hot, and you might have problems with leaks or flooding. So normally, the conditions that feel good for people are going to be the same kinds of conditions that will help to preserve your collections for the long term. Mold and insects. I'm sure that everyone has seen examples of these kinds of problems. They both can cause permanent damage and loss, not only to the paper, but to the kind of information or text or image that might be located on them recording information. Sometimes the damage is permanent, can cause pages to stick together, can cause staining, which can affect legibility. Some people are also especially sensitive to things like mold and mildew, so that's another reason to try to avoid those kinds of problems. Probably people have seen examples of edges of papers that have been nibbled away because little creatures like to use paper for nesting material. So again, the storage area that you choose will help to ensure that you can avoid these kinds of problems. Storage is a very important preservation tool. It also is a very good archival principle in terms of ways to store and organize materials in logical ways. Folders and boxes can provide safe storage as well as safe access, keep groups of materials together, and also to make sure that you can access them in a way that is safe. So if you look at the slide that shows the box with folders, it's much easier to take a folder out of a box rather than groups of individual papers. You do want to make sure that the folders and boxes that you acquire are suitable for the long-term keeping of photos, papers, and perhaps books. You want to make sure that they come from reputable suppliers of preservation materials. Typically, you want to make sure that they have an alkaline reserve, which is usually going to be a pH of between 8 and 10. And containers like this, in a shorthand way, are often referred to as being acid-free. So again, try to avoid office quality materials, such things as shoeboxes. People have oftentimes oversized materials in their personal collections. These can be maps or posters, they could be panorama photographs, anything that is of a larger format that can fit easily into a standard box. They can be challenging for institutions to store and access, but equally so for people with their personal collections. One of the things that we like to do for things that are especially large is to roll them, and that makes the items more compact, easier to store, and also easier to access. You can use an acid-free tube and roll the item around the tube. That will give it some interior support so it can be safely stored. If you don't have access to an acid-free tube, you can take a regular cardboard tube and wrap it first with either a good quality paper or a piece of polyester film to provide a barrier. It's a good idea to have a diameter tube as large as possible because that will limit the size of the roll and then also make it easier over time for you to open and access the item. After you have safely rolled your poster or your map around the tube, you should protect the item from light exposure by wrapping it with an outer layer of acid-free paper. And then you can do another layer of wrapping, some kind of plastic film that is stable, either polyester or polypropylene, and then tie that. So what you have done there is provided both some light protection as well as protection from moisture or actual water if there happens to be a leak. Photographic materials can pose really major preservation problems. Their condition and long-term keeping really relates to how they were originally processed, whether they were made from stable materials in the first place. Oftentimes you will see something that is known as silver mirroring, especially on black and white photographs. That's actually oxidation of the silver that's taking place. And it doesn't necessarily affect your ability to look at the content of the photograph, but oftentimes you just have to move it in different angles of light so that you can actually read it. Probably everyone has a collection of color photographs that no longer look the way they did when they were first made. Oftentimes color prints, say from the 50s onward, are unstable. The dyes shift and fade, and you find yourself looking at school photographs that all of a sudden look rather red or blue. Color photographs are inherently unstable because of the dyes. Storage can help to prevent that shift of the dye. Usually cool or cold storage can help. The other possibility is to make copies before that kind of damage has taken place. Photographs that were mounted on some kind of paper or board stock can be weak because of that support, which can crack. And current photographs, digital prints in particular, can be printed with a lot of different techniques and materials and are subject to some of the same kinds of problems that we have had with more historical photographs. Digital prints can be light sensitive and also bleed if they are exposed to moisture. So here's an example of a weak and damaged original photo mount. You can see that the edges are cracked, and in order to prevent further damage, which would actually begin to affect the content of the photo, you need to make sure that you both store and handle this carefully. Make sure that you lift it with two hands or on some kind of a secondary support, such as a piece of mat board or even a folder or a box lid. And just make sure that there is no accidental movement that could cause this really weak paper to lift even further. But it's a wonderful photograph, and I'm sure you have examples in your collection. So preservation tools for photographic materials, and I'm not going to tell you if one of these brownies is the speaker. That's a clue. So for color photographs, as I mentioned, you want to try to store them in even cooler conditions than you would your other photographic materials. So cooler or cold storage. And there's information on the next slide in terms of a resource for doing suitable packing so that you can put things into, say, a freezer for storage. But even better in terms of access is to make copies of your photographic materials. That way you can share them with other family members, and you also have an access copy that you can use both for display or for doing your research. If you're not familiar with the Image Permanence Institute, I suggest that you go to their website and just scroll around. They have a lot of excellent information that is used by archives and libraries on everything relating to storage of prints and negatives, how to deal with unstable films such as cellulose acetate, and also how to deal with digital media. So it's a great resource, and you should check them out if you're not familiar with them. Photographic materials can be stored either in good quality paper enclosures, and just as with the folders and boxes that you would use for storing paper materials, it's a good idea to use alkaline enclosures. The good thing about paper is that it will prevent any light exposure and damage to your photo materials. A potential drawback with paper is that you do not have immediate visual access to the image, and you have to then remove the photograph from its envelope or sleeve in order to visually access it. An alternative to paper enclosures are plastic enclosures that are designed specifically for storing photographic materials. They come in a wide range of sizes to match different formats of prints and negatives and mounted materials. You want to make sure that the plastic enclosures meet preservation requirements. Safe plastics include polyester, polyethylene, or polypropylene. A problem with plastic is that just by looking at it, you can't always tell what its quality is. So this is an area where you really do need to make sure that you are purchasing supplies from a reputable archival or preservation supplier. I mentioned that lovely new car smell. Well, you can find that smell in some photo enclosures. What you're really smelling is vinyl, polyvinyl chloride, often referred to as PVC. So make sure that this is where your nose can come in again, because again, if you can smell it, it's probably something that you want to avoid. Here are some examples of some alkaline envelopes. Again, they are available in different sizes depending upon the size of the print or the negative that you are storing. And with these, you do have to be careful in terms of how you would be removing it from its enclosure. If you want to record information about the contents or the date or the subject matter of the photographs, it's best to do that in pencil before you put the photograph in its enclosure. These are 2 photo prints that are in polyester sleeves. And as you can see, the nice thing is that you have immediate visual access. You don't have to remove the photograph from its sleeve to view it, so you don't have to worry about any problems with fingerprinting. Photo albums or scrapbooks can be wonderful objects. They were put together in lots of different creative ways. Sometimes they were commercially purchased, other times they were handmade. But you can count on the fact that they contain a wide range of materials, different kinds of paper supports, different kinds of adhesives, and altogether this means that you might have a preservation package that is a real challenge. There was a time when people felt that to preserve the photos or any other items that were mounted in scrapbooks, that the best thing was to remove objects from their original location. I think people have changed their thoughts about that, because what is considered to be most significant now is the collection in its entirety, in the way that whomever created the album or scrapbook put it together, along with any captions that they may have included. So this is an example of taking the item on its own terms and respecting and preserving it as you encounter it. Here's an example of an album. Lots of photographs, inked captions. These actually look like they're in pretty good condition, even though the paper would appear to be not the best quality. In fact, though, the paper seems to be in pretty good condition. It is not chipping or cracking or torn, and there doesn't seem to be any problem with the adhesive that was used for mounting affecting the photographs. Luckily, also, this particular album, because it's a laced structure, opens nice and flat, which means it's easy to access. And if you wish to copy it, you would also be able to copy it without damaging the binding structure. There are a lot of modern photo albums on the market. One type has been referred to as magnetic albums, which is actually kind of a funny term because there are no magnets involved. But what they are sheets of cardboard, usually embossed with some kind of a texture and having kind of a tacky surface. And then there is a plastic overlay that once you position your photos on those album pages, the plastic then is laid back down and you can handle and turn the pages. The problems include the fact that the adhesive is unknown, can cause staining. Over time, it's difficult to remove photos from those kinds of mounts, and we also don't really know what kind of adhesive, so it's not a good choice. My mother actually had a lot of magnetic photo albums, and we were able to safely remove them with care, and they were then used for recipes. So that might be a better choice for that kind of item. So in addition to some specialty things like the magnetic albums, oftentimes you're going to deal with papers of unknown quality, different kinds of adhesives, and also unknown plastics. And what we're aiming for in our long-term storage environment is to use known materials of known quality that will not cause any adverse interaction with our collection materials. From preservation suppliers, you can order albums or loose leaf binders that are made of good quality materials, and they contain plastic pages fabricated in different sizes so that you can insert prints, and you do not have to use any kind of an adhesive, which is a benefit. If you're going to be exhibiting parts of your collection, think about some of the basic rules that institutions follow. We try to exhibit items in areas where there is no sunlight. We try to avoid fluorescent light. And as I mentioned, both sunlight and fluorescent light contain high levels of ultraviolet radiation, which can cause fading or other sorts of damage to organic materials. Incandescent lighting, which I think is even harder to get nowadays, but the old-fashioned light bulb, they don't contain ultraviolet light, but they can raise the heat in, say, a display case or within a frame, and elevated temperatures can cause other kinds of problems, including curling, so you want to avoid that. So displaying materials under low light levels or better than that is making sure that you use a copy for display rather than the original. You will avoid problems with documents becoming embrittled or having problems with fading, or that oxidation taking place on photographic materials known as silver mirroring. So there are lots of options that we have today for making good quality copies. Sometimes they are so good it's rather scary in terms of which is the copy and which is the original. But you can make a color photocopy. You can also do a digital scan and then print the item. That permits you to retain the originals safely in dark storage and to limit handling. A couple of more thoughts on copying. You need to make sure that the method that you're using is not going to damage the item during that copying process. So if you're working with albums or scrapbooks, face-up copying is best so that you don't damage the structure and you don't have problems with any items that might be detached or falling off of the pages. If you're going to be displaying items and it's the original, you do want to make sure that you're using good quality materials. Acid-free ragboard or mounts are preferable. You want to make sure that you don't have any kind of cover glass that is in direct contact with your photograph or your paper document. If you have problems with high relative humidity and you have glass in direct contact with your object, you can have problems with condensation or moisture buildup. It's also best to avoid using any kind of adhesive directly on your item, but rather to use photo corners. It makes it safe to put something into its mat and then also safely to remove it when the time comes to take it off display. There are a lot of options out there in terms of using either polyester or acid-free paper corners. And with these, the adhesive does not come into contact with your collection. So some things to avoid if you're going to be doing any kind of display or mounting: pressure-sensitive tapes, cellophane tape, Scotch-type tapes, masking tapes. Really, you want no adhesive around your items because eventually they will likely cause staining. They also eventually fail and fall off and leave behind usually a brown stain. Any kind of white glue, including things like Elmer's, rubber cement, or adhesives that are used in hot glue guns. This is where you need to be a little bit careful reading advertising claims and labels, because oftentimes people will be producing these things for, say, people who are doing scrapbooking or other sorts of activities using historical materials, and they will invoke those words that we like to hear, archival or permanent, but you have to consider those as advertising claims that are not necessarily backed up. So safest for your collection to avoid adhesives altogether. We all have books that we adore, whether they have been passed down to us or things that we have read and want to reread and pass on to future generations. Here's an example of a childhood book, and the cover is really quite beautiful. And to protect that from any kind of color change, exposure to light, a box is a really good thing to do. It also is a safe way to then permit storage of any bound material. For shelving, it's a good idea to really follow the rules that are followed in libraries. Shelve books according to size, so that if they are upright, you want short books together and tall books together, not interspersed, and that way they will be able to support one another. If you have large volumes like an atlas or an album that contains photos, you want to make sure those are stored flat, partly because of the size of the volume. Upright storage will not permit it to be self-supporting, so it will begin to kind of cant and perhaps warp. And scrapbooks and albums often contain mounted materials that begin to drift off of their pages, and if they are stored upright, they will begin to sift to the bottom and perhaps become bent or cracked. You want to avoid unsealed wooden shelves. We mentioned earlier that there are some pollutants in our home environments that can have an adverse impact on collection materials. And unsealed wood is a really good example of one of those types of problems, because certain woods contain formaldehyde, can off-gas, so better to make sure that shelves are either covered or sealed. And protect books from light to make sure that the spines and the covers don't fade. If you have items that are in need of conservation attention, there is a referral service that is offered by the American Institute for Conservation. This is a free service, and you can look up the kind of material that you wish to preserve, whether it's a book, a document, a photograph, or a textile. And they list conservators who do private treatment and examination, and this is done by geographic area. So it's a very good way to reach someone who can provide the kind of work that you might need for your collection. The National Archives and Records Administration has a lot of excellent information available online. You can check out the web address that's on the screen for information on storing a wide range of materials. And also, if you have information, questions that you would like to ask, you can send an inquiry to preservation@nara.gov. So I think we're ready to move into the conversation, and we will be able to pursue some of the topics that I alluded to relatively quickly in more detail.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful, Mary Lynn. We have a nice selection of questions. We'll start with the one from Jan Murphy. She asks, If we have a family Bible with enclosures like handwritten sheets and tintypes, how can we protect all the materials but still keep them together as a group?
That is a very good question. Any kind of an enclosure in a book, such as a Bible or other volume, you need to think about a couple of things. You need to think about the bulk of the enclosure, how many there are. Oftentimes you will find like pressed flowers, and it's a lovely memento, but you also see staining from things like flowers or newspaper clippings. So to protect the volume, it's a good idea to remove those enclosures. If there are a lot, it will begin to basically put stress on the binding structure and could cause damage. The tintype that you mentioned, that's a very interesting problem, because usually if it's an unmounted tintype, it's going to have very sharp edges that could cause tearing or breaking in the paper. It is a good idea to be able to record perhaps the original location so that you could indicate that this particular letter or clipping or tintype was found between pages, whatever they might be, and then keep everything together, say, in a box, so that the Bible or the book and its contents still remain as a unit, but each item can be protected.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I had the same personal question, so thank you for asking that, Jan Murphy. Our next question, perhaps you covered this. It's from Karen Clark. She asks, any recommendations on scanning photos and delicate papers? So perhaps she's very concerned about something tearing as she's scanning.
Probably the safest way to scan anything that is fragile is to use a digital camera, either handheld or that is on a stand, so that you're doing face-up copying. You can see what's happening to the object while you're doing the imaging. A potential problem with any kind of a scanner that has a lid is that you put your item, usually face down on the platen, you close the lid. You can't see what's happening. If it's a bound item, there could be problems with people putting too much pressure and essentially breaking the bindings. And also, if it's a lightweight paper, they tend to waft in the air a little bit. And so even the process of trying to position it on a platen and closing the lid could cause some movement and potentially some either bending or tearing. So face-up copying is really the safest. You need to make sure that the surface that you're using is larger than your object so that it doesn't overhang and not be fully supported.
Thank you. Lots of great tips there. We know as the National Archives that we can't recommend a particular company or product, but we have a question from Tierra Ancestry. What would you suggest to store a larger artifact, that is, a very large ledger book that can't be rolled?
A ledger book?
Yeah, as an example, a very
Oh.
large ledger book. And so just generally, how do you store larger artifacts?
Well, one of the slides that we looked at had kind of a standard document box, which is good for storing letter and legal size materials. And usually you want matched sets. So if you're going to be using folders, you want the folder and the box to be the same size. All of the preservation suppliers that I'm aware of sell an amazing array of supplies for lots of different kinds of materials. So something as large as a flag or a uniform or a textile. There are also flat storage boxes that can be used for oversized ledgers, large mounted photographs, that sort of thing. I believe, I'm trying to think if on our website we have information about particular vendors. Not sure that we do, but you could send a message to preservation@nara.gov.
Okay. So again, if you want to have a question answered about preservation, we recommend sending that to preservation@nara.gov. Our next question is also about storage. The question is, I use acid-free polypropylene bags to store old newspapers folded in half. Is it better to unfold them and store using acid-free tube method?
Newspapers are a special problem in preservation because they typically are printed on paper that is somewhat ephemeral and poor quality. People refer to newsprint or wood pulp paper. It is paper that is usually used for quick use and not really, newspaper publishers are not thinking of the long term like we are. That's why a lot of institutions have tended to both microfilm or digitize newspaper collections. Assuming that the paper you have is not in the best of condition, maybe discolored or weak or already showing signs of tearing along the folds, I would say that storage flat is better than folded because paper does keep that memory, and then when you want to get around to actually opening it, it could tend to break or tear at those fold lines. I would say it's a little hard to know that you are getting a preservation quality plastic unless you're purchasing it from one of the primary vendors. If your environmental conditions are not ideal, if you might have humid conditions, plastic may not be the best choice for long-term storage. So a flat box, oversized folder might be a better choice than sealing something like newsprint up in plastic.
Thank you. From the same audience member, the question is about labeling and best practices. Specifically, once photos and documents are gathered and scanned for backup copies, do you have recommendations on best labeling practices to record dates and subjects on original and digital versions?
It's best if you can come up with a system that eliminates the necessity to put any kind of label or identification information directly on the item. So that would be, if you're using folders or envelopes, to label the enclosure. We usually recommend pencil rather than any kind of ink or marker, because even the accidental swipe of, say, a pen could leave permanent mark or damage on the item. So coming up with a system where you can put complete label information on the enclosure is good. If you have a number of things in one folder or envelope, say they're photo prints, what you could think about doing is maybe on the back, using light pencil to record the name or the date. But I wouldn't really do extensive labeling because there are problems with indentation. So use your storage system or your filing system as a way to keep that intellectual information.
Thank you. Our next question is about converting photographic slides. They want to know, is it better to convert photographic slides to another medium or to store them as is?
Well, I assume that these are probably color slides, since that's what most of us have used traditionally. And color slides are going to be subject to the same sorts of problems that we have with color prints, unless they are put into cool or cold storage. So the dyes are likely to shift, so the color balance will change. It doesn't mean that you won't be able to read the information, but it will appear a little bit differently. So one way to deal with that is to digitize or to scan the slides so that you have a copy that is as close to the original as possible.
Okay, thank you. Our next question comes from Michelle Yatsako. Using acid/linen-free paper on which to make copies, is there a safe printer ink?
That's a good question. I mentioned the Image Permanence Institute, and they have actually done a lot of work on different kinds of inkjet and other printers that typically are commercially available. So I would suggest going to their website and trying to get some information on the best choices. The technology is always in flux, and I think that they are keeping up with changing technology.
Thank you. We have another question that's come in from Twitter. And let me put in a plug. If you want to follow us and submit a question, it's hashtag GenFair2015 onto our question. Any tips on caring for and storing mildly damaged tin types?
By mildly damaged, you might either be thinking that the emulsion is flaking. That is a possibility with any kind of a photographic material. The other problem with tin types is that they can be bent. Oftentimes they were mailed, so were bent in the mail, or they might be scratched because the surface is so vulnerable. If you have any problems with lifting emulsion, it's best not to use a plastic enclosure, but to put the tin type in some kind of a little paper folder or envelope. The tin itself is going to be pretty strong. You just want to make sure that it's not stored under pressure to exacerbate any of the bends that might have happened, and also to make sure that you avoid plastic for any kind of lifting emulsion.
Thank you. We have a question about moisture buildup. This is from Diane Telfer. You mentioned using polyethylene sleeves on each page to preserve a photo album. Does this cause any problem with moisture buildup?
In terms of the commercial albums that you can either purchase the pages, I guess is perhaps what you're thinking about. There's always a theoretical possibility of problems. I think it depends on what your conditions are in your space. If you have actually so much humidity that that is going to be a problem, probably one thing to consider is overall trying to come up with another storage location. I haven't actually seen problems with photos stored in commercial plastic sleeves that have suffered from that kind of a problem.
Thank you. We have a question from Family Archive. They want to know, how do you recommend doing face-up copying for albums?
It's always good to look before you do anything. So look at the album or structure of the scrapbook or album. If it's laced, it perhaps is something that you can loosen a little bit so that you can open the album flat. If there is any resistance to opening, what you will have to do is really to angle the volume under the camera and have some kind of support under each of the boards or sides of the book, so that as you work your way through the album to image it, you can be adjusting the height of each cover to get things into as flat a plane as possible. The main things are to avoid pressuring things into a flat plane, and again, just respecting the structure and trying to support it.
Thank you. We still have, this is a very popular session. We still have many questions for you. The next one is from June Higgins. I have an old large Bible with the binding separating from the pages. Do you recommend getting that repaired or leaving it the way it is?
Well, that's a really good question. I will tell you that there are many book conservators and bookbinders who really do not like to take on Bibles as projects because they can be very time-consuming. And anything that's time-consuming, of course, is going to be relatively expensive. And the value of a Bible most often is to the individual who owns it. So it's really a question of what you want to do, how you want to handle it. If you are in a position to pay for the services of conservation, it might well be the thing to do. Otherwise, simply making sure that all of the parts are kept together in a box so that things are protected. Typically, people don't have to access Bibles a lot to get to the content, just because there are other copies that people can use. If there is genealogical information, maybe that's something that could be copied so that the original doesn't have to be accessed a lot. So it's partly, your personal views on its value and whether or not you have access to someone in your area who could do the treatment.
Thank you. We have two questions that I'm going to combine. One's from Marilyn, the other is from B. Carr. And they're both interesting. Marilyn asks, I have a leather-covered book and the leather is turning to dust. Can it be preserved? And the question from B. Carr is, I have two belts that my great-great-grandfather wore in the Civil War. I lived in the desert and they are dried out, wrapped in a spiral. Anything to rehydrate them you can suggest. So we have a leather-covered book, and we have these two belts. And I thought that maybe the answer might be similar.
Yeah, and both really interesting problems. With the volume that's bound in leather, probably what's happening there is just the leather is deteriorating. It's something known as red rot. There is nothing that you can do to halt that or reverse it. It's permanent damage. If it's a volume that gets handled very often, sometimes people will either box the volume to make sure that that red dust doesn't extend onto other things. The only way to really deal with that is to rebind it, and then you're altering the original, so that might not be something that you would like to do, but to really confine the dust and limit handling to the degree possible. The belts, that's a very interesting issue. I think something that has become desiccated, it can be really difficult to put it into a different format. I would, at some level, would tend to think that storage not in a spiral might be better for it in terms of being able to look at it, but that could be a long storage container, and you would have to think about whether or not there was enough flexibility presently in the belt that you could safely open it without having it crack. In terms of putting any kind of material, like leather dressing on the belt to make it more flexible, I think I would try to consult with a conservator to see whether or not there is something that could be done that would make it safer to handle and provide some kind of a storage that at least could be a larger spiral rather than something that's tightly rolled. So again, the American Institute for Conservation is a good source, and I think in this case you would be looking for an objects conservator for the belts.
Thank you so much. We do have some more questions for you. This one is about family photos. Diane Glosson, many of our family photos have been mounted using photo corners on construction paper. Wonderful photo notations were written on the construction paper. Will this type of storage harm the photos?
Well, in some ways, construction paper is a little bit like the historic photo albums on black paper. And people tend to think that, oh, those are really bad and we have to take everything off. But in fact, when you look at the photos, they seem to be in pretty good shape. So I would start by looking, think about whether or not there's any evidence of staining on the photos. Depending upon how these things have been stored or used, I would think you could actually see some fading that starts to take place in the construction paper, just because of the quality of that paper and the dyes that likely were used. They're probably pretty light sensitive. I think you said there were captions on these pages. So from that perspective, I would think of it as a wonderful assemblage, and to make a copy, a digital print, or an electronic version that could be maintained for long-term preservation, but to keep the original as it is, stored in the dark in a flat box.
Thank you so much. Let's see, we have a question about storing envelopes along with letters. This is from Denpane13. I've heard it's better to store letters flat instead of folded. How do you store the envelope along with the letter, particularly if you have a lot of letters being stored together?
Well, if you have a lot of letters, I think you'll want to have a system so that you know, for example, that you have always put the envelope directly behind the letter. That would be one way that you would just systematically know what was related to one another. It is possible to use some kind of a fastener system. When we use fasteners here at the archives, we use stainless steel paper clips, and a small strip of alkaline bond paper that is put over the documents, and then the paper clip is positioned on top of that strip as a little bit of a barrier that could cause a little bit of indentation that might not be desirable. So either kind of storage, assuming that there's not going to be a lot of handling and people working through the collection, or a fastener system. If you have a lot of such pieces, letters and their envelopes, it's probably not going to be very realistic to have a separate folder for each, but that would be another way to keep things together.
Thank you. I think we'll end with this last question, and this is fascinating that we've had many questions about tin type. This one comes from Stockpot, and the question is, so the plastic poly sleeves are not good for tin type storage?
They can be good for tin type storage and actually for any kind of photomaterial, but if you have any problems with the emulsion that is cracked or lifting, plastic can carry some kind of a static charge. So if you have a surface that is not solid, that's friable, you could apply this also to things like charcoal drawings, pastels. You don't want to use plastic because that could cause some shifting. So look at the item. If the tin type image is stable, there's no lifting of the emulsion, then the plastic would be perfectly fine to use.
Thank you so much. That concludes our second presentation. We will now have a few words from Diane Dimkoff.
Thanks so much, Mary Lynn. If Mary Lynn didn't get to all your questions, and it's so much fun on our end watching the chat line and seeing you answer each other's questions, keep it up. But if Mary Lynn didn't get to your specific question, please send an email to inquire@nara.gov. That's our basic sort of big email bucket box, and we have staff who read those questions and then send them on to the appropriate people. In this case, it would be our preservation officer, Mary Lynn herself. So please, again, inquire@nara.gov. We'll now have a short intermission, and we'll return at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. Thank you. What is it, $200 gift card? What time you got? Good afternoon. If you're just joining us, my name is Diane Dimkoff, and I am the National Archives Research Customer Support Director and the director of this Genealogy Fair. I want to take 1 second to tell you about an exciting thing that we have going on during the fair. Please take a selfie of yourself watching the fair or your setup. Last year we had some amazing pictures sent to us, people with cats draped on their computers, people with babies sitting in front of the TVs, etc. So take a selfie and send it to Gen Fair, and that's capital Gen, capital FAIR, 2015, and enter we're having a contest while this is going, run by our foundation, and I think there'll be a drawing, and that's one of the information slides we're running in between presentations. So please take a selfie and send it in. This next lecture is Personnel Records of the National Archives at St. Louis, Missouri. The presenter is Brian McGraw. Brian will be providing an overview of the extensive holdings of the National Archives at St. Louis. He will also discuss how to request records on-site and off-site and additional resources for further research. Brian is the Access Coordinator and Director for the National Archives at St. Louis. I'm now turning the broadcast over to Brian.
Greetings from St. Louis. I'm happy to be here today and to take some time to give you some information about records here in the archives in St. Louis. The title slide here shows a picture of our facility, and it is one that was constructed in 2011, and we encourage you to come visit us. We have a modern research room, and we have a couple million cubic feet of records that you probably would be interested in. And I'll tell you more about how to get access to these records in just a moment. This is the agenda for my talk here this morning. I'm going to talk to you about the records that we have available for research. I'm not going to be able to talk about in the hour that we have all of the different records. We have over 900 different record series, but I'm going to highlight some of the more significant ones. And then as well, discuss access to the records, various resources that you can go to guide you in your research, and then how you can request records, whether you're visiting on site or visiting or corresponding via mail. When you look at the National Archives in St. Louis, We're a little different than many of the other archives in the NARA system. We have principally personal data records, and these are the official military personnel file, the OMPF, the official personnel folder of former civil servants, what's called the OPF, selective service registration cards and ledgers, court-martial records, and many, many others, and I'll highlight some of those a little bit later. This slide is one that we put together a short time ago, and I've actually shown this in other presentations to other groups over the last year or so, because one of the common questions we're asked is which records are in St. Louis and which records are in Washington. And a guide to that basic foundation is records from the beginning of the Republic, so the Revolutionary War through the Civil War and into the latter portions of the 19th century are in Washington, D.C., and that's what this chart's showing. So if you follow the color-coded branches of the military service across, you will see the Navy in the light blue, the Marine Corps records in the yellow, Coast Guard in the orange or salmon color, and of course the Army. Those are in Washington. When you get to the part on the chart where the bars start to turn white in color, those are the accessioned holdings here in St. Louis, the publicly available military personnel records. And you'll notice on the far right there's an area that's shaded in purple or violet or lilac or whatever color you want to give to that. That is the area of records that have yet to be archived, but over time that slowly moves to the right, so that by the year 2067, that's correct, 2067, all of the records here will be open to the public. Now, there's a general rule of thumb that you have to remember about the military personnel records here in St. Louis, and that is they become a public archival record, accessible by anyone, when the subject of the record has left the service 62 years ago or more. So, final separation from the military, retirement, killed in service. So, another way to look at it is, it's kind of like buying alcohol. You have to be 21 years of age in most states to buy alcohol. It's a rolling date. The same thing here. The date, October 21st, 1953, and earlier. Anyone that's separated, retired, killed in service, that date or earlier in time, is a public record open to anyone. And of course, you can request these records, and you can review them for free in our research room, or you can purchase a copy. We do have to do some FOIA screening under the exemptions that we have to follow, but largely these records are a gem for genealogists and researchers. If the record is newer than that, say the record is of someone that separated immediately after or during the Vietnam War, that record, of course, is not yet archived. So each day it marches forward in time. This slide just is a chart showing the archived military personnel records here in St. Louis by the branch of service and by the respective dates when they begin, and of course up through today's date in 1953. So for the Army, enlisted began in 1912, officers 1917, Navy 1885 for enlisted officers 1902, Air Force, of course, with the establishment of the Air Force as a separate service, 1947, Marine Corps 1895, and the Coast Guard 1898. I just want to remind you that if you're looking for Army Air Corps, Army Air Forces, those records are part of the Army prior to the establishment of the Air Force. This next slide is one that a lot of people also ask us a question about what's in one of these records. If you haven't reviewed an OMPF, they are a gold mine of information. They vary in size based upon the length of service, the individual's experiences in the military, but they basically document their entire military service, what it took to get them into the military, what they did while in the military, any types of training they completed, performance awards, decorations, non-judicial disciplinary actions if they occurred, and so forth, and then everything to get them out of the military. Sometimes you will find as well birth certificates if children were born into the military member while they were serving, marriage certificates, divorce decrees. Some of these have a lot of letters and correspondence, and photographs as well. But I just want to remind you that if you're looking for information about a relative or a veteran and what he or she did in a particular campaign, or what ship they served on, and how that experience went, those bits of information are in different records. Those are typically in unit records, and those are typically in Washington and College Park. These are on the individual. There may be some annotations in the record. If someone participated in the Battle of the Bulge and was highly decorated, there may be a citation in the record, but for the most part, it just documents the individual's service. And just a couple examples, rather, of separation documents. In today's military, since the establishment of the Defense Department in 1947, we've used the DD Form 214 as the summary document outlining the military service of the individual along with the character of discharge. This is one that the Navy and Marine Corps used prior to that, and this is from the World War II period, and it shows the metadata at the top along with information on the individual's military service, their dependents, if any, and so forth. The Army also had its own form because everybody likes to do things their own way. And so the Army form, which is shown here, is one that, again, shows the metadata on the individual near the top of the form, and then, outlining what they did coming into the service, what they did while in the service, and then information about the discharge. And then, of course, it's signed by the personnel officer. And this one, if you can see it, hopefully you can, is one of my favorites. It's Clark Gable's separation document after he flew many B-17 missions, and signed by a future president, Captain Ronald Reagan. I mentioned that the OMPF will oftentimes contain photographs, and these come in a variety of shapes and sizes. Some of these are similar to someone being arrested. Some of these are of folks that are taken as they enter the service in basic training. Typically, the Navy and the Marine Corps records of the period of which we are discussing here, of archived records, they typically have the height chart in the background, and then they would have the service number placard across the lower portion of the photograph, as is shown in Paul Newman's and in B. Arthur's on the upper right. John Coltrane's on the left there is cut off, but it's there. It was just cropped for the sake of the presentation. Conversely, officer photographs tend to be a little more formal, and so we have Douglas MacArthur and, of course, Jimmy Doolittle. And over time, these photographs change and become much more official in nature, especially in the officer records over time. But many records will have a negative in them that can be used to produce a photograph. We also have among the collection of records here, not only among the tens of millions that have served, but we also have identified some records of prominent individuals. These are folks that either served in the military or as a civil servant, and they did something of a prominent nature. They were either famous before, during, or after. It's what I call the good, the bad, and the ugly of society that's been in the military. So you have decorated war heroes, Medal of Honor recipients, famous leaders and commanders, celebrities, entertainers, cultural icons, and all sorts of folks. And if you go to the website listed on the bottom of the page there, you can see which records are available. Many of these are now available on a CD for purchase, or you can come here to our research room and look at them for free. 1973 is a date that is very critical and very important for us here at the National Archives in St. Louis. It's a date that a fire broke out at the then Military Personnel Records Center at 9700 Page Avenue in St. Louis County, the building that we moved from recently. This photograph shows the building under fire. The top floor of the building, the 6th floor, was engulfed in flames and burned uncontrolled for 4 days. It was responded to by 42 separate fire departments, one of the largest fires in St. Louis history. And they used so much water that they burned up pumpers that just broke down from overuse, and the water pressure levels in the metropolitan St. Louis sewer district dropped briefly for a day or two. Once the fire was extinguished, the cleanup began, and the loss was irreplaceable. The photograph on the left shows some of the records of a typical aisle on the 6th floor, where many tens of millions of records were stored. and those are records that have collapsed down into the aisle after the firefighting and after the carnage. The photo on the right shows a section of shelving being craned through the opening in the roof that was caused by the fire, and those records would be taken down onto the ground where they would be worked on for several days or weeks at a time, depending upon the severity of the damage, and they would be sorted, and they would do some basic cleaning, and then they would try to put them in containers. Some of the records had to be freeze-dried, and with the cooperation of then McDonnell Douglas in St. Louis, as well as NASA, some of these records were sent off to be freeze-dried to retard the growth of mold. If you're not familiar with St. Louis in summer, it's pretty oppressive here, and mold grows very quickly in the heat and humidity. So that was an attempt to do that. Once they were stabilized, they were put back in the building. The building was repaired, and by December of 1973, everything was back to normal, if there is such a thing with these records. The aftermath, we saw 6.5 million records recovered, and this is an example of one of the rather severely damaged ones. As you can see, just handling this record will result in its deterioration and destruction, so we have to be very careful in how we handle these, and we have a preservation lab here in St. Louis that works tirelessly to extract information and make it available. Oftentimes with the scanning technology we have, we are able to extract information that we can't see with the naked eye because of the use of filters. And so this record material, while it looks like a complete loss, may not be a complete loss. What was affected? We estimate 16 to 18 million records were lost. This is an estimate because there was no comprehensive inventory. This was before the creation of indexes, registries, and databases. But we know what was stored on that floor. So Army personnel from World War I, discharge dates of 1912, November 1st, 1912, all the way through Army post-World War II through 1959. An estimated 80 to 85% of those records were lost. Air Force records were also stored on that floor, and those are shown as listed, the names Hubbard through the letter Z. From the beginning of the Air Force through 1963, about 75% of those are lost. Now, while this was a horrible tragedy, the good news in all of this is that we have many auxiliary sources of material and records that were moved here to St. Louis to help construct service data for the missing information, and it's extremely rare that we cannot prove someone's eligibility for a benefit or entitlement to something that they earned because of pay records and a variety of other sources that we have available. Switching gears now to the next big area, in fact, the largest collection as we speak today of archived records here in St. Louis are the official personnel folders. How many? There's 213,000 cubic feet of these, many tens of millions. And these span from the beginnings of civil service through 1951. So anyone that served in civil service as a civilian employee of the federal government, those records would be here. And of course, we have to also redact certain information from time to time out of these to comply with the Freedom of Information Act exemptions. But these records are a cleaner record from that standpoint than the typical military record. If the individual record is from 1952 to the present, those records are not yet archived or won't be archived. The records from 52 through 1973 employment, retirement dates, those records will be archived in the near future. Beyond that, the information that's in the modern OPF is found in other sources, so those records won't be retained. What's in an OPF? In some ways, it's similar to the military record, not as robust. Typically, these are smaller files, but they will have things to get the person into civil service, so applications and the oath of office, correspondence, things of that nature. Of course, how their job performance went through appraisals, various leave and pay information, letters of recommendation, requests for things, all sorts of changes in work status. There's oftentimes correspondence, especially in the older records, and some photographs as well. Rarely is there vital record material because it's solely focused on the individual, not so much on extended family. Among the collection here in St. Louis of the civilian records are two that we get a fair amount of business on. We get over 100 requests a month, I believe, on these, and these are the Civilian Conservation Corps and the Works Progress Administration. These are available on microfilm, and so if you are interested in any of those records, we have those here in St. Louis. Another area that is also centralized here in St. Louis are the selective service records from basically the period post-World War I. The World War I records are in Atlanta at our facility there and available online at Ancestry.com. But from that point forward through the end of the draft, excuse me, the selective service registration cards and ledgers are here in St. Louis. This is over 49 million individual records. Basically, it's the male population of a big chunk of the 20th century. And this is just an example of a registrant card on, of course, one of the greatest ball players of all time, Stanley Musial. We also have, as a result of the preparations for World War II, the Old Man's Draft, which are of individuals born 1877 through 1897, and this was a total of over 14 million people, and this was kind of the emergency team if things really went south in World War II. Fortunately, we didn't have to tap into this category of registrants because this could have been pretty ugly in the long run. So, but this was just an example. Again, Albert Einstein was required to register at the same time. He was also employed as a civil servant of the United States developing the atomic bomb. Another large area of records we have here in St. Louis is Army court-martial records, and these span from 1918 through 1976, and these are rather interesting records. They're very large, typically. Some of these comprise several cubic feet, but they are of general court-martials and special court-martials, so these are the rather robust and nasty court-martials. We have everything from folks like Jackie Robinson, shown here, that was court-martialed for his failure to move to the back of the bus in the days before equality and discrimination was not permitted. We also have, obviously, very famous folks that were brought up on charges from World War II, from stealing art and jewelry and so forth, a variety of very serious capital crimes all the way through, for example, Lieutenant Cowley and the My Lai massacre in Vietnam. So there's a variety of records there. The difference about the court records versus all the personnel records I've just talked about is these are free and clear. There are no redactions to these. So under the court guidelines we follow, these records are made available as they are. So I caution you, if you're interested in a record and it's very graphic, it will show you all the graphic details, the photographs, the depositions and such, because they're court records and not subject to the FOIA screening guidelines that we have to follow. Now I've got a few slides here, and I know it's rather busy, and I would encourage you to download the files and look at them at your leisure. But this is a listing over several slides here of some of the big record groups that we have, record series rather, and it's organized by the branch of the government or the service, the actual record series description there, title, and then the years that they span. These are predominantly records that are used to provide surrogate material and information for records lost in the fire in 1973. They don't replace them, but they provide essential information. So we have a variety of things related to burial files. We have some deceased veterans claims files from the VA, a couple groups of those. We have sick reports, various enlistment records, award cards, flight records, mourning reports, muster rolls, and I'll just kind of flip through these. The second slide here, slide 25, shows a variety of Army surrogate material for largely World War I and then some for World War II. All sorts of different cards and information sources, again, that can show that someone served and can help answer questions. The third slide shows, again, some more Army records, nurse cards, a variety of pay cards. We have many millions of pay cards, final pay vouchers and such that help show that they served, and it has their character of discharge as well. And then the final slide on this shows, again, some more Army records. We have the compiled service records of the Marine Corps from 1895 to 1904, and then we have some casualty files, IDPFs, a topic that I actually talked about in last year's Genealogy Fair. And, of course, the selective service records. And at the very bottom there, we have two groups of merchant mariner records that are available, the licenses issued to merchant marine officers as well as those killed while in service. And we expect in the next, hopefully, year or so that we will begin receiving the regular Merchant Mariner personnel files as we work with the Coast Guard to get those records transferred here. So how do you access records? A record, if it's archived into the holdings here in St. Louis or in any of our facilities, they are available to anyone and everyone. Some records in the personal data area are subject to screening under FOIA. And so there's a list of some of the things that we have to screen out. So we have to look for social security numbers. We have to look for third-party information. In the military personnel records, we have to redact out certain criminal activity, which could cause embarrassment to the family or if there is the veteran still alive. And then once the record, subject of the record reaches 100 years of age, these restrictions principally go away other than third-party social security numbers, things of that nature. And you can access these records on-site, in our research room, or off-site through written reference, and that's our big source of business is the off-site reference. And I might add that if you want a copy of these records, you can scan the records for free in our research room with a scanner or with a camera. If you purchase a copy either in the research room or via mail, they're subject to a copy fee, and there's a fee schedule on our website for the different fees for the different types of records. And I just want to also mention on this topic that there's no need to cite FOIA when you're asking for an archived record, because archived records are not subject to FOIA. They're already publicly available. So by citing FOIA, you're not really speeding up the process at all, and this way you can get to the records without having to go through that process. There's a variety of resources, and I could probably have 20 or 30 different slides just of some of the resources that are out there. But what I did here was try to list some of the main topic areas that I've been covering here in this presentation. And these are all from archives.gov, so I would encourage you to go there and then follow links to some of these others. So if you're interested in civilian records, there's links there. If you're interested in how we built the building, we have a time-lapse video online. We also have, obviously, information about military personnel records. And I checked these links just the other day. They still work. But if you have any difficulties, you can certainly reach out, and we'll make sure we can provide that information, how to get to it. This second slide is just some more references. Again, a lot of things are online. We try to do that to make it easier for folks to access. Information on prominent records. If you're interested in what the Preservation Laboratory does here, specifically with the burn records, we have a nice YouTube video. We also have information, as I mentioned, on the National Archives of St. Louis. That's kind of our starting point there. And then, of course, veteran personnel records, a YouTube there showing how we do the reference process here if you write in. So how do you get these records? Well, if you're off-site or if you're going to come here and see us in person, we need to know something. We have many hundreds of millions of individual records, and so we need to have as much information as we can to locate the record. Because you may think that there's a unique name or a unique spelling, but there's many variations, and there's probably many that have identical first name, middle name, last name. So we need the full name if you know it. We need a service number for military personnel records, or a social. That can be helpful too. Branch of service, place of birth, where they were born, dates, and so forth, and service data. And then if you're looking for records from the fire period for Army or Air Force, if you know where they were discharged, the last unit that they were assigned to, or even where they entered the service, that can be very helpful, again, by using some of the alternative means. So those are things that we really need in the request so that we can better serve you. So how do you get these OMPS? Obviously, you can come to the research room, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But if you're not here in St. Louis, can't get here, you can write to us, and that's the address, National Personnel Records Center, 1 Archives Drive. Our colleagues here in the Federal Records Center program respond to over 5,000 requests every day for military personnel records. And so they handle all this reference for us on personnel records. That's the address to mail it to. There's a fax there that you can send the fax, which is a standard form 180, also available on archives.gov. You can fill that out and send it in. And then there's information there and a link on unaccessioned records. If you're a veteran or a spouse of a veteran, you can utilize the eVetRex application to expedite the information. And of course, as I mentioned, you can come in person. So remember that fax number and that address, because that's only for military personnel records. Now, OPS. Again, we need to know who we're looking for. We don't have definitive indexes for all these records. Many of these were created long before there were computers or databases and things, and we haven't had the time or resources to get all those things created. So what we need is the full name of the employee, if they have any alternate names, spellings, things of that nature, date of birth. It's very important that you know which agency they worked for or agencies, because they're arranged alphabetically by the respective agency. Sometimes we'll have an individual that will have one record, and it will be full of the different agencies that they serve. Other times they may have several records for each agency that they were employed in. And of course, Social Security number for the records that are in the newer period there after the Social Security Administration was established. The Civilian Conservation Corps and Works Progress Administration records. Again, same types of metadata, maybe a little bit more information is needed in addition to the name, the social, because these were created using socials in many cases, date of birth, place of birth, what hometown they came from, their parents, because most of these were young men that went into the WPA and so forth. So that's important. If they were married, spouse's name for WPA employment, the dates of service, and where you think they may have worked at a particular camp or location. There's a couple of forms listed there, again, available on our website that you can download, fill out to request the records for the WPA or the Civilian Conservation Corps. And I would encourage you to attend the session a little later today, the last session actually today. Ashley Mattingly, who is our archivist that oversees and works with these records daily, will be able to provide more insight. So for these OPFs and all the other records that I showed you on those lists, and all the other records other than military personnel records, come to this address, or you can fax a request to us at 801-9187, or you can see there's email address, General Archives inquiries, stl.archives@nara.gov. I mention that because if you send a request for an OPF or a deceased claim folder and it goes to the other address, it's going to get buried among the thousands of military personnel records that come in. So it's important that you try to get that to us as expeditiously as we can, because we can turn these around very quickly, and that way we get the right record married up with your need. Now we have a public research room here, like most National Archives facilities. It's located at 1 Archives Drive. It's in Google Maps, it's in MapQuest, it's there. If you have an old GPS and it doesn't show up, I would encourage you to upgrade your software or use a smartphone with a basic Google Maps app. But it's there, you can get to it. It's very convenient to get here. If you're coming from out of town, it's on the interstate that goes around the St. Louis area, Interstate 270, and it's also very convenient to Lambert Airport. Our public hours through the rest of this month are Tuesday through Friday, 7:30 to 3:45. But I want to mention here, it's not shown on the slide, and if you write anything down, please write this down. Effective November 1st of 2015, our research room will be open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Central Time. I'll say that again. Effective November 1st, 2015, our research room will be open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Central Time every day. And when that mirrors many of the other research facilities around the country, we're now pretty much on the same page. Our contact info is listed there. That's the number to the research room, the 0850 number. If you have any questions or have any desire to come here and view records, please contact us as soon as possible. There's a fax number as well. I encourage you to reach out, and we say at the bottom, appointments are strongly suggested. We will obviously be happy to assist you if you are a walk-in, but please don't jump on a plane from Schenectady and fly here and expect to see a burned record the same day that you get here. We need to know in advance, because many of the records, we have to find them, we have to determine if they need preservation treatment. The burned records oftentimes require many days or even weeks of treatments to get them in a condition where we can release the information. And we also have to do the FOIA screening on some of these. So please reach out to us. We will get back to you and let you know what we have, and then we'll make arrangements for you to come here. So please like I said, don't just jump on a plane or jump in the car and drive here. We will do everything we can to help you, but you will experience some delays just simply because of the volume. We serve over 45,000 records every year in our research room, and there's a lot of folks that are interested in these records. And please remember, because we are a federal facility, to bring a government-issued photo ID, such as a driver's license, or if you have a voter card, something of that nature, photo ID showing who you are. Otherwise, it will be a little difficult getting in. So as I wrap up here, I want to thank you for the time this morning. I have my contact information there, and I just want to say, and I've made this presentation at the NGS convention. I've done this at several genealogy events around the country. If you have any issues and can't get resolution on anything, to reach out and contact me. That's my address. My email is at the bottom. I answer my own email. I get 300 to 400 a day, but I get through them. And my phone number. I will answer my phone. If I'm not available, my secretary will get it, but I will get back to you and get somebody to take care of what you need if I can't answer it. So hopefully you will have a good experience, and I encourage you to reach out to us for your genealogical needs. Thank you for your time. That concludes my presentation, and I will now open up the floor for questions.
Thank you so much, Brian. From our online audience, we do have many questions for you.
Okay.
I think our first question from Patricia Klein is asking about, can you do a search by battle versus a person's name? Specifically, she asks, how do you get the information on vets' participation in battles and military engagements?
That's a good question, and one we get periodically. As I mentioned, the personnel records of the military will not contain information about the campaigns they participated in, or even potentially the ships that they may have served on. But what you need to do is find out what unit they were a part of, and then you can go back through unit records, principally in Washington or in College Park, and find out more about that unit's participation. There's a variety of other books and reference materials here in our library as well. There's a very robust history of the Army in World War II series that was published in the 1940s. It's many dozens of volumes. So if you have the information on the individual and you know what unit they served in, you can then begin the research. As well, some of the information that we have here in microfilm, we have several 100,000 rolls of microfilm, morning reports, muster rolls, and such. So if you know the unit down to the company level for Army and some Air Force units, we can typically find that person, and you can kind of follow them through World War II or World War I.
Thank you for that answer. Our next question comes from Leanne Martin about birth records. She asks, so if someone is born on a military base, then the OMPF records would be proof of that birth?
In some cases, it varies by branch of service. It varies by time period. Some of the records, the military personnel record is combined with the medical record. So if the veteran, the sponsor, had a child born in a military hospital on a military base, there would be a medical record, of course, created, and there would be certainly a dependent medical record, but in some cases it would be merged with the OMPF. In other cases, they're separate, such as in the Navy. Many of those are separated, and so as a result, you would need to request that separately if you know for sure that the individual served and had a child born overseas. Another indication is you may find the certificate of birth, especially if they were born abroad, either in Europe or the Asian theater, and so that would typically be in there to prove that you have a U.S. citizen born abroad. That was the case in my experience with my daughter who was born in Japan.
Interesting. Thank you so much. Our next question is actually someone who's put in an OMPF request many months ago. This is from Valerie Lair. She asks, how long is the response time for an OMPF? Should I call the 314-801-0850 to follow up on getting that file?
As I mentioned, the amount of work that comes into the center here is very, very significant, over 5,000 requests a day on average. And principally, those requests are from veterans or their immediate family, and many of those requests are associated with core benefits and entitlements that they earned. And those requests go to the front of the line. I think all of us agree that's the way it should be. Requests for family history, personal history, genealogy, those go to the bottom of the line. So with the amount of information that's coming in, the amount of requests, there's always a backlog. If there's something that's needed that is not for a benefit or an entitlement, you can always reach out to us. We can see if we can get it elevated and move it forward. But it's a case of priorities, and it's the best that we can do. It's not a perfect solution, but we can certainly reach out. A genealogy request can take many weeks to several months on average. If it's gone on longer than that, then please contact me and I'll try and figure out where it is.
Thank you for that offer. To follow up, she also asked about Selective Service Draft Board. Specifically, would the OMPF contain records for someone who worked for the Selective Service Draft Board? If not, how would I request a search?
Typically, the OMPF is going to have just the summary of their military experience. So when they came into the service, it may list that they were employed by the Selective Service Commission, but that would be pretty much the extent of it. You would need to reach out and look at the Selective Service records if they had one, if they were registrant, but typically it's only going to show the source of employment, if they had that, if they were a student. It's not going to show much beyond that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Our next question goes back to when you were talking about the fire. Mm-hmm. It's from Laura, and she asks, what about World War II Air Corps records? Were they also damaged?
Yes, unfortunately, the fire did not discriminate. The whole 6th floor of the building was destroyed. If you were to drive by the building, which is still standing today, it's 5 floors now. And as a result, the Army Air Forces and Army Air Corps, of course, were part of the Army before the separation of the Air Force in 1947. So all of those records are treated as Army records, and the disaster affected them just as regular Army records.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Patricia Klein. She asks, did a male have to be a citizen to be required to register for selective service?
Citizen.
So do they have to be a citizen?
Non-citizen residents were required to register. So I got that from my colleague in the room here who's an expert on these records. So.
Thank you so much. Our next question comes from Halsey Collins. The question is, my grandmother was a civilian employee in Chicago for the Bureau of Printing Engraving. Would her file be available? There is no Social Security number.
Most likely. I'm assuming this was during an earlier period of time, so I would recommend you contact us at the address or the phone number I gave there for the OPFs, and we'll go out and check and see if we have that information. As much information as I mentioned as you can provide on the individual will be helpful in locating that record.
Thank you. Our next question will take you way back. This comes from Jan Rollins. I submitted a Form 180 about 20 years ago and was told that they couldn't find anything. Is it worth it to send that request again now that some documents have been reconstituted?
Well, I'm assuming she's referring to an OMPF affected by the fire in '73. The reconstruction or the reconstitution efforts that go on here are, we don't have a magic wand. We can't go back in time and recreate because that material was the only source of that. There were no backups. So things that were lost are gone. We do have some additional material that has been made available, as I mentioned in that long listing of the various auxiliary series, things that may not have been available in the past. It's not going to be the same thing that was in the OMPF, but there may be something there. For example, you may be interested to know, okay, I think he served in this unit. I'm not sure. I think he was in these periods. or these months in France and this time period in Luxembourg and so forth, you can, through searches of the morning reports and the muster rolls, you can, if you have the information, actually find out things that you may not have known before. So while the OMPF is gone, there may be some other material here, so I would always encourage folks to resubmit something, and we'll take a look at it.
Thank you. We have a new researcher who's starting to look into their ancestors' records. It's from Brad Stone, and he says, clearly there are a lot of collections. Having never searched National Archives, do you need to specify each collection, or can you provide your ancestor's name, etc., and get all of the records?
Well, there's a lot. I mentioned we have just 900 or so series here, and each of those are compartmentalized based upon how they were created for whatever intended use, whether it was a pay record or a hospitalization record, those types of things. We don't have a means to go in and look in all these sources. We need you to help refine it down because we have a limited amount of people and we have many hundreds of millions of records, most of which are these older ones are not indexed. They're self-indexing. So we have to go out into the stacks, use the finding aid that we have, and see if it's there. So these can take a while to search. So if you have an inkling that someone was in the military or civilian service or so forth, try to narrow down or say, is there possibly this or that? If they were wounded, for example, if they were in the service and were wounded, there's going to be potentially other record material available. If they were hospitalized overseas, if they were treated, and so forth. If they were in the flying profession, okay, maybe there's something we can look at in the flying records that we have, those types of things. So think about the individual and what he or she did in the service can help us guide the researcher to look for different things, but we just don't have the means to search everything. I would love to have all of these records available online. We're not there yet. That's a very laborious undertaking, and we're going to try and do that, and then hopefully in the next many years here, but it's going to take a while, and so we need some help with that to narrow it down.
Thank you for that answer. Our next question is, I've got a copy of my father's official discharge papers from the county recorder. His OPF at the NPRC was destroyed in the 1973 fire. How can I get this documentation put into his Army OPF at the NPRC?
That's another question we get from time to time, and for those records affected by the fire, if you have original record material that was provided to the veteran, such as the discharge paperwork, and you wish to share that with us, I would encourage you to please don't send the original that you have. Make a copy of it. You can send it to us at the National Archives of St. Louis at the P.O. Box address. And what we do is we take that, we will stamp that as coming from an unofficial source simply because it's not coming from the Army or the unit, and it will be put in a file, and that way future generations can then access it.
Thank you. Our remaining questions are really about Civil War records. Can you touch on records that from that long ago?
Most of our records start after the Civil War, as I kind of alluded to there. From time to time, we have someone who served that started service during the Civil War period. There's a handful of those out there among the Navy and the Marine Corps records, but for the most part, they would need to reach out to the records, to our colleagues at Archives 1 in the old military records. Those are the ones that are going to cover Revolutionary and Civil War.
Thank you so much, Brian. I'm going to now turn over the microphone to Diane Dimkoff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. If Brian, inquire@nara.gov, and we will make sure your question gets to Brian. We'll now have a short intermission, and we will restart the program at 1 o'clock. Thank you. What time you got? 1 minute. Welcome back to the 2015 Virtual Genealogy Fair. This is session number 4, and it is entitled, It's in the Cards, Finding Family Members and in National Archives at St. Louis, Card Series. We have 2 speakers this afternoon, Daria Lubinsky and David Harden. The National Archives at St. Louis holds many record series in card form, and these are not that well known to some researchers. The cards provide valuable information for genealogists who are researching service of veterans or want to learn about their civil servant ancestors. David and Daria will also discuss records related to the cards and explain how the cards can lead to additional information. Daria Lubinsky is an archivist and David Harden is an archives technician. They work together at the National Archives in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm turning the broadcast over to Daria and David now.
Hi, welcome. I'm Daria, this is David, and we are going to talk to you about card series at the National Archives. There we go. We'd like to tell you a little bit about why we have these cards and what else you need to know about them. Okay, since the disastrous fire of 1973, the National Personnel Records Center has been receiving these cards to help reconstruct proof of military service. And because the National Personnel Records Center houses civilian personnel folder, civilian cards were accessioned along with the records they support. Most of these series are in the National Archives catalog, others are forthcoming, and the ones that are in the National Archives catalog have a National Archives identifier number. And if there is one of those, we note that on the slide, and those using that number in the National Archives catalog is the fastest way for you to get to that record series. Many of them belong to the National Archives itself, record group 64. If it's a different record group, we'll let you know. Also, some of the military collections contain information about civilians, and we will note that. And we will also note if there's a different record group other than record group 64. And we will, most of them are arranged by surname or last name, and usually, to search these records, we need to have the name, the date of birth, and the date of death. And the service number, if known, is very useful. If there's something else we need to know to search a series, we'll say so. First, I'm going to talk about World War I award cards, which they do have a National Archives identifier number. They were created by the Adjutant General's Office of the War Department, and they were created to document service accomplishments, acts of heroism, and injuries. They document awards for actions ranging from the Civil War to World War II. Despite the name, there's all these caveats. Awards may also exist for civilians, not just Army soldiers, and they can also be people from other branches of service, and they can also relate to peacetime acts or acts performed by service members outside the service of war. What you can find here, the name, the service number, the rank, the general order number, which and on order date, and those and the issuing organization. Those can lead to general orders, which are papers that explain why an action was taken. And the National Archives catalog has many, many series that are for general orders. They'll also have the award type and the date awarded, and a description of the event or act of heroism. This World War I award card is for Alvin York, who was the subject of the movie Sergeant York with Gary Cooper, a very famous movie. The bottom one shows his foreign awards, which he received the Croce de Guerre from Italy, the French Médaille Militaire and Croix de Guerre with Palm from France, and the Montenegrin Bravery Medal. And at the time he got those, he was a private. And then the top card shows his Medal of Honor award. It mentions his mother lives in Pall Mall, Tennessee, and he received the Medal of Honor. Next, we're going to talk about VA Master Index cards. The date of these is 1917 to January 1972, and they're in a different record group. They were part of the records of the Department of Veterans Affairs, and they were created by the Veterans Administration and its predecessors to keep track of benefits allotted to veterans, their spouses, and dependents. They contain cards for more than 24 million veterans in both prior wars and World War II time spans. They also can contain records, cards relating to records from the Civil War and the Spanish-American War and wars prior to World War I. The microfilm is available in our archival research room if somebody comes in and wants to search the microfilm for the first series, which goes up to 1940. If a person was served from September 1940 to 1972, or if a claim was filed then, those records are not open to the public. We can search them ourselves and do search them, but they have personally identifiable information in them, so people can conceivably still be alive, so we do not let the public see those records. And if the person served both before and after September 1940, generally the card should be in the World War II group. What you could find here, the name and address, dates of birth and death, branch of service, unit rank, enlistment and discharge date. There would be a service number if the person had a service number prior to 1918. A lot of soldiers did not have service numbers. And there would be a VA claim number and numbers for other benefits such as bonus or adjusted compensation. They also would lead to the VA claim files, also called the Deceased Veterans Claim Files. The National Archives at St. Louis has about 30,000 cubic feet of these records, and the rest of them are still in the custody of the Veterans Administration. And if you'd like more information on that, there is a link in the handouts to an article I recently wrote about the ones we have that appeared in the recent issue of Researcher News. Here is the Master Index card for Edwin F. Hubble, who was the designer, creator of the Hubble telescope, among other things. And he was born in Marshfield, Missouri in 1889, and this shows he was a captain in the 343rd Infantry. And the address on this card is interesting because it lists him as living in Madison, Wisconsin. And while he lived there, prior to his service, according to most of the biographies I've been able to find, he was actually no longer in Wisconsin at the time he went into the service. So I find this very interesting that this address is the one that's listed on there. Also, he didn't apply for any other benefits other than his war risk insurance, so he doesn't even have a claim file. But even not knowing that is kind of interesting. I also searched his World War II service. He was at the Aberdeen Proving Ground during World War II, so I searched for an index card in the second series, and he didn't have one, so he apparently didn't apply for VA benefits then either. The next one is for John Philip Sousa, the March King, and there's a little stamp of him, and he was best known as the director of the U.S. Marine Band, but during World War I, he organized bands at the Naval Training Station in Great Lakes, Illinois, and he toured around the United States with the band. He was commissioned a lieutenant and later made a lieutenant commander. He has a claim file. We actually have his claim file here, and he received bonus pay, life insurance, and war risk insurance. Next, I'm going to talk about American Expeditionary Forces cards, the AEF cards. These are a series that we received after the fire to help recreate service, and we have very little documentation on these records, but we presume that they were used to keep track of personnel and benefit information for members of the American Expeditionary Forces who served under General Pershing during World War I, and they were later microfilmed. So we have 307,355 cards on 2,562 microfiche. Each card bears the name of a member of the AEF, but not all veterans of the AEF are included. And these are in our archival research room in St. Louis. They can be searched. You could request a search for these, though, as well. What you could find here, name, rank, serial number, discharge date, information related to promotions, death in service overseas as well as domestic, dates of service in Europe, disciplinary actions. Very few of the cards will cover all these subjects for a particular individual, however. You might be able to go next to an OMPF, though in many cases this is something that would be used to recreate service if someone's OPF burned in the fire. We could also search pay cards and pay vouchers. We'll talk a little more about them later. And here is a card for Philip S. Gage. This one just has a lot of information on it. It kind of shows he was in the Ordnance Section, the 3rd Army Headquarters. He was a member of the Enemy War Material Board. He returned to the U.S. via Brest and proceeded to West Point. And the interesting thing is I just picked this card at random because it had a lot of information on it, and later found out that he was a notable brigadier general during World War II. Other cards don't have as much information as those. The top card is for Branch Rickey, who is in the Baseball Hall of Fame and was a famous manager. And he was a major in the Chemical Warfare Service. And it shows he arrived in October of 1918. And the card on the bottom also belonged to somebody in the Chemical Warfare Service with Branch Rickey, and his name was Ty Cobb. And he was a captain, and this card merely shows that he was ordered to the Services of Supply Headquarters, maintaining the supply line. All right, next we're going to talk about pay cards. They cover all branches of the military had pay cards. We have the Army pay cards because they were used to reconstruct information because of the fire. And they were created by the General Accounting Office. And quartermasters use them to track compensation, deductions, and any deductions given made out of their pay. And the scope and content is basic pay information. We have many series of pay cards. We're just going to talk about a few. But generally, you can find the name, rank, organization, the officer's name who gave out the funds, the date paid, supplements to the pay, any deductions, miscellaneous other material. Sometimes a discharge date is on there. There'll be an address occasionally. There will be a mount allotment, which means if someone had a horse, they would receive some money to help feed the horse and care for the horse. And from there, you can go on to look at pay vouchers and morning reports. Okay, the first one we have is the U.S. Army Reserve Officer Training Corps student pay cards from 1920 only. And they're handwritten cards, and sometimes it's hard to read the handwriting. But this one was for Joseph Pace. It was a student. It shows he received 91 cents in pay and attended in travel pay when he was going to ROTC camp. And after that, he received $54.15 in pay, which included more travel pay for Blacksburg, Virginia, to Camp Humphreys outside Washington, D.C. And here we have regular Army and Field Clerk pay cards. And this one is for John Pershing, at the time General, and it shows on there rank General. He received salary, rent, and subsistence, which would be meals. Insurance deduction is on here. And Pershing, his card is just ordinary like anybody else's card, but because he was in for so long, he had many different cards. And here's another one from that series, and Amy Persinger was a nurse. She was a second lieutenant in the Army Nurse Corps, and it has a separate list for longevity, and it also shows pay and deduction. And I think it's interesting that by this time they were typewriting the cards instead of writing them by hand. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to David Harden. He's going to continue this discussion.
Thank you, Daria. And before I continue, I just want to add my welcome and thank everyone that is watching today. We're so glad that you can spend part of your day with us here in St. Louis. So our next pay card series are the National Guard Officer Pay Cards. And this one in particular is for Jesse S. Lindsay. He's a lieutenant colonel from Kentucky. And it shows his rank as lieutenant colonel, like I said, and shows pay, rental subsistence, and mileage. And these are organized by state and then alphabetically by name after that. Our next group are the World War II Army Deserter Pay Cards. And these document the pay that deserters accrued before desertion. And this pay would then be diverted, instead of being paid to the service member, it would be diverted and transferred to veterans' homes for their upkeep and maintenance. And the scope and content, these include basic military service information. And from here, you may be able to find a court-martial record, which would be located here at NAR St. Louis. I have a couple examples here. The first one is for a Private William C. Neely. It shows his organization, shows his Army serial number, his Army service number. And this is what most of the cards look like. It's stamped with deserter. And on the bottom, though, I found a few that looked somewhat different. It's a different form. And on the side, as you can see, for Private Luther G. Mullins, it shows that he was dishonorably discharged. It again shows his organization and the soldier serial number with those. And with this group, we have a ton of pay cards, so much so that we don't have the time to go through all of them today, but they all sort of follow the same format that the earlier cards do. So we have Army World War I officer and nurse pay cards, the Army warrant officer pay cards, Army field clerk pay cards, and we have two civilian series, the Army contract nurse pay cards, the U.S. Army contract surgeon and chaplain pay cards, and then finally the Army officer pay cards of 1940 through 1951. All right, our next series that we're talking about today is the QTP Philippine Prisoner of War cards. These were created by the Department of Defense, and they were created to document military personnel and civilians that were held as POWs by the Japanese in the Philippines. And these were Army personnel who were stationed in the Philippines in December of 1941, and like I said, would become POWs. Information on these cards vary greatly. There isn't a lot of uniformity, so what you find from card to card is definitely going to vary. All right, so what you could find on these, you may find, on all of these, you're definitely going to find their name. You may find a service number, the rank if they were in the military, the POW camp number or the name of the POW camp, the entry date or the date that they were captured, the unit of organization, their date of death if they did die, cause of death, POW dates, military occupational specialty, and if they were evacuated, the ship and the date that they were evacuated on. From here, you could request their OMPF or their OPF. If you were watching the previous performance or presentation by Brian McGraw, you will know that over 80% of this era's Army OMPFs were destroyed, but there is potential that a full or partial file does exist. I would also point you in the right direction, or point you in the direction of the Philippine Archives collection, part of Record Group 407, and this collection focuses on the individual men and women who served in the military or civilian capacities or in guerrilla units in the Philippines during the period of Japanese occupation. And part of this record group has personal histories, diaries, unit histories, medical and death reports. It documents activities within guerrilla units and any criminal behavior by guerrillas, and also accounts of the effort to liberate the Philippine Islands from Japanese control. And I've included a link in the handouts to this archive collection. And then another place that you could jump to are the World War II Army nurse cards, which I will talk about in a minute. So I have two examples. The first one is actually for a nurse who is in the Army Nurse Corps, for a Margaret Marie Utinsky. As I said, it shows her as a nurse, and it also shows her POW camp at Santo Tomas. And this was held on the campus in Manila of the University of Santo Tomas, and it was one of the largest camps that in the Philippines in which enemies were interred during Japanese occupation. Over 4,000 people were interred at this camp. And then the card on the bottom is for a Hilandro Tacmo, shows him as a corporal, and the reason that I included this one in the remarks section, it shows that he was a guerrilla and that his health was good at the point that the card was issued. So I just thought that that was a very interesting card to show. And he is shown on the island of Bohol, so you can at least know where he was at and list him as a guerrilla, so you know that he was fighting at the time as well. Next, cards that are somewhat in relation to the Philippine Prisoner of War cards. We have the World War II Individual civilian internment cards. These were created by the War Department, and they were generated in order to maintain a record of the men and women and children who were interred by the Japanese. These are index cards, and they contain information, like I said, on the civilians that were interred within camps by the Japanese during World War II. And these cards, what's very interesting about them, they cover a wide variety of interred persons, including civil servants, contract workers, spouses, children, and also a wide variety of people from other nationalities. So American, Norwegian, Turkish, British, Swedish, Polish, Indian, Swiss, and many, many, many more. So from here, you'll definitely always be able to, we search them by name, so the name will be on there, their civilian status, nationality, again, their POW camp, the number or the name that they were at, the date of arrival from the camp, any transfer among the camps, date and cause of death if they did die, any hospitalization, evacuation, the date and the method, if they were evacuated, the name of the ship, and then the country that they were evacuated to. In rare instances, they may contain biographical or demographic information such as the sex, race, date of birth, place of birth, home address, marriage status, nationality, appearance, and possibly much, much more. From here, you could, along with these searches, we'll also search either the Project J, the Project Japan files, or the Department of Navy Prisoner of War civilian World War II records. And with these, the Project J files, these were created in order to maintain a record of claims made to the United States Army forces by those who were interred, detained, or killed by the Japanese while they were residing or working in the South Pacific. Claims also include those who were killed while engaged in guerrilla warfare. And the Department of Navy, very similar to those, they were generated in order to maintain documentation and data to determine eligibility for benefits granted under the Missing Persons Act for those who were civilians working for the Department of the Navy. And again, I would point you in the direction of the Philippine Archives collection. The link is on the handouts. And you could also request the OPF, the official personnel file, if they were a civil servant. I have two examples up on the board. The first one is for a housewife. She was listed as a POW at the camp at Baguio. She was interred in December 28th of 1941, and it shows a release date. The bottom one is for Nyla Woodruff. She's listed as a Turkish civilian, and it shows her evacuation date of October 20th, 1945 on the USS General Brewster. The next record group, part of record group, or series I should say, part of record group 147 is the Selective Service Form 100. Form 1, sorry. These are registration cards. And I have to say these are my favorite records, possibly, or probably because I work with them for the most part of my days here. We receive over 80 requests a week for Selective Service records, and they contain amazing genealogical information, and these are truly one of the best examples of documentation and registration of adult men during this time period. So you're going to find a lot of great information. As I said, this registration was open to men only, and it covers those born the World War II era, covers men with a date of birth from April 28, 1877 through March 31st of 1929, and the post-World War era covers men born January 1st of 1922 through March 28th of 1957. There is overlap. Men born January 22nd, 1922 through March of 29 were required to register for both eras of Selective Service if they were alive at the time. So we may find two cards on someone that you're requesting. Men from every state were required to register. Those living in Washington, D.C., and our territories as well, of Guam, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the Canal Zone. and this was open for citizens and also non-citizen residents as well. The arrangement, the World War II cards for the most part are organized alphabetically by state. There are a few exceptions. New York City is organized by the address at the time of registration, so you would need to know the address. And then Mississippi and Utah, they have theirs organized by county. The post-World War registration cards are organized by state, and they're under by local board, which corresponds to the registrant's address at the time of registration. So for those, we would need a bit more information of knowing the address at the time, which mostly corresponds with what county they're living in. So with these, you could find, for the World War II cards, the name, the address, date of birth, place of birth, height, weight, race, hair color, eye color, complexion, their name and address of their employer, name of a person who would always know the registrant's address, the local board that they were required to go to, and then their order and serial number, date of registration, and possibly much more. I say that because on a lot of cards there are handwritten notations that include information such as the branch of service, if they did serve, or possible discharge dates, or other information such as that. For the World War II cards, just like the World War II cards, you can find just about everything from the World War II cards, but also they have a different selective service number, their date of registration, and then it may show prior service, which could include service number, the branch of service, date served, and the unit served. And again, possibly much more for those handwritten notations. From here, you could go to, or you can definitely go to their classification ledger, and this would show for the registrant their classifications, how they were classified, if they were selected to be drafted, and then from there would show dates of service, the branch of the military that they served in, discharge dates, and it has a remarks section as well, which could show more information. During World War II, if you were a non-citizen resident, you would also be required to fill out an alien registration form. Like I said, this is additional paperwork that they would have to fill out, and these documents include important genealogical information, such as their place of birth, when they entered the United States, information on their immediate family, their occupation, any military service, in their country of birth, and much, much more. And those are housed here in St. Louis as well. You could also, if the card notates that they were working for the CCC or the WPA, we have those records here that you could follow up on, and you could also request their own PF or civilian OPF. So I have two examples here. The top card is a World War II card, and the reason that I included this one, as you can see, their employer is listed as the U.S. Forestry Service. This is for John Mercer Slaughter, and as I said, he's working for the U.S. Forestry Service and the CCC. So we could search for his OPF if he worked directly for the U.S. Forestry Service or his CCC records. And the card on the bottom is a post-World War era registration card, and that is for the late, great Grateful Dead guitarist Jerry Garcia. And I chose this one because it shows his prior service, that he served in the Army, shows his Army service number, and his dates of service. And he is one of the, if you were listening to the previous presentation, he is one that is in our PEP records, are persons of exceptional prominence. These are records that have been digitized for presidents, members of Congress, Supreme Court members, famous military leaders, decorated heroes and celebrities, and other cultural figures who served in the military. And you can view these in our public research room for free or order a copy. Next, we have the World War II Army nurse cards. These were created by the War Department and were generated in order to maintain a record of individuals who served as nurses under and in the U.S. Army Nurse Corps. And these contain basic military service information. So you can find their name, service number, their rank, branch of service, address, any name changes, if they were possibly married. And nurses who had retired, it would only list their name, their service number, and that they did in fact retire. From here, you could request their OMPF. You could search officer pay cards, search the National Archives catalog. For all of these series, I suggest going through the catalog to run searches. When I put in the Army Nurse Corps, I received 106 unique entries that included photographs, movies, historic posters, and other textual resources that you could request to help with any research that you're doing. And the last Where to Go Next link is for the Army Nurse Corps Association website. It's a great resource. My example here is for Colonel Ruby Ficklin Bryant. She was the 9th Chief of the Army Nurse Corps. She had quite an illustrious career. Like I said, serving as the 9th Chief of the Army Nurse Corps. She was the Chief Nurse of the Far East Command in Tokyo, Japan, and the Chief Nurse of the 6th Army at the Presidio at San Francisco. And this shows her service number, her rank at the time when this card was created, which was a Lieutenant Colonel, and shows the date when the card was created, and then also her address listed. Next, we have the Berlin Airlift Device Cards, and this was an award. In the top right-hand corner, you can see the miniature of a Douglas C-54 Skymaster, which was one of the primary cargo planes that was used during the Berlin Airlift, and that is the actual award that was given to service members who served 90 consecutive days of service with a unit that was credited with participation in the Berlin Airlift. And this is worn with the Army of Occupation Medal or the Navy Occupation Service Medal. With these, you can find their name, their rank, their unit, their service number, and the general order that designates the award. And as Daria said before, you could request the general order to see why that it was given. From here, you could request their OMPF. And again, always search the National Archives catalog. When I put in the Berlin Airlift, I received 237 unique entries in the catalog concerning the Berlin Airlift. So a lot of additional information out there that could help you in your research. So this is an example here of a member Thomas Peterson, who was given the Berlin Airlift device. It shows his rank, shows his unit that he was in, his service number as well. And I included what the device would look like with the Army Occupation Medal and the Navy Occupation Medal as well. All right, my next series is the Army Air Force Award Cards. These were created by the War Department and their predecessors. And they were used to verify awards of the Army Air Force and Air Force. And this series includes award cards for the Medal of Honor, Purple Heart, Air Medal, Commendation Ribbon, and much, much more, as you can see. It includes unit awards and then also special awards that were issued to service members and civilians alike. With these, you can find their name, place of birth, place of enlistment, their address, service number, rank, the general order number again that you could request, order date, the issuing organization, the award type, the date awarded, and then any oak leaf cluster additions. From here, you could request their OMPF, and if you are wanting to replace awards, I've included a link on the notes page to replace awards that we find. So I have a few examples here. In the top left-hand corner, have Brigadier General Chuck Yeager, who was the first pilot to break the speed of sound in level flight. It's his Distinguished Service Medal. In the top right-hand corner, we have four-star General Jimmy Doolittle, who was given the Medal of Honor for the Doolittle Raid. The citation as read for this award was for conspicuous leadership above and beyond the call of duty, involving personal valor at an extreme hazard to life, with the apparent certainty of being forced to land in enemy territory or to perish at sea. Lieutenant Colonel Doolittle personally led a squadron of Army bombers manned by volunteer crews in a highly destructive raid on the Japanese mainland. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have Carl Spaatz, the first Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force, for his Legion of Merit. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have a Silver Star decoration for Richard Bong, who was the highest scoring ace during World War II. In the top left-hand corner of this slide page, we have the Distinguished Flying Cross for Thomas McGuire, who was the second highest scoring ace during World War II. And in the top right-hand corner, this presentation sort of hits home. This is an award card for my grandfather, Ralph Norwood Harden, for the Air Medal decoration. And the Air Medal was actually designed by a St. Louis native, one of the monuments men during World War II, Walker Kirtland Hancock. On these, as you can see in the top right-hand corner, is an oak leaf cluster. And as you can see on a lot of these cards, they received those, and they were to signify subsequent awards won. And these were worn on the suspension ribbons of the awards given. And the bottom cards, this is a unit award card list that shows all of the awards that a particular unit won and was awarded. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Daria Lubinsky.
Okay, now it's my turn to talk about chaplain files and the card index to chaplain files. They belong to the records of the Office of the Chief of Chaplains, and they were used to index the names mentioned in chaplains' monthly reports, including individuals for whom chaplains presided over for funerals, marriages, and baptisms. Last year, Steve Smith presented a presentation on chaplains' files on YouTube. Also had one of David Harden's, his previous presentation on selective service, and mine on VA claim files. And those, if you want to look at last year's slides, you're welcome to do that. And I have addresses for that on the handouts. What you can find, events and dates, the chaplain's name, the month of the report, and again, you can go to the chaplain files, and they're in the National Archives catalog. This card is for Francis N. Cunningham, who was in the 511th Parachute Infantry, and it shows he had a funeral in April of 1945 and was buried in the Batangas, Philippines Air Force Cemetery. And he was later disinterred and buried in a cemetery in Providence, Rhode Island, where he was from. Interestingly, I happened to, after I read about this, I realized that one of my uncles who died on a hospital ship was probably buried overseas before he was buried in New Jersey, and sure enough, I looked and we had a chaplain card, and I got to look at the chaplain report for him. Next, I'm going to talk about Merchant Marine Officer's License, or the records of merchant mariners, 1910 to 1946, and they're part of the records of the U.S. Coast Guard. They were created by the Bureau of Marine Inspection and Navigation and its predecessors, and they record the issuing of licenses to merchant mariners. And they contain lots of personal and military-related information. You can find the name, address, place, and date of birth. If it was a naturalized merchant mariner, you find the date, place, and court of naturalization, type of license, the type of waters for which the license was valid, and any previous licenses will be noted. And if the merchant mariner died during the World War II era, we also have deceased war and casualty seamen's records, 1937 to 1950. And if he was just a merchant mariner and was fortunate enough not to have died during World War II, you could look for his merchant mariner personnel file, which Brian McGraw indicated we may have here sometime in the future. Currently, they're at the National Maritime Center in West Virginia, and I included a link to their website on the handouts. One of the catch-22s about this is if there is a card, sometimes they're not in the if there is a deceased war and casualty seamen's record, there might not be a card in the card file because sometimes they would stick those in the card file. They would stick the card into the record, but that's not always the case. This first one is for William Aston. He was born in Beadley, Pennsylvania. It says he was issued the license in 1946 in Pittsburgh, and it shows what waters he was allowed to sail on. He was allowed to sail on rivers whose waters flow into the Gulf of Mexico and their tributaries on towing steamers only, and he was a mate, which was one of the ranks. And the next one we have is for Captain Paul Buck. He was a naturalized German citizen, and he had several licenses because he served for multiple years. And he was a master mariner, steam, motor, and he could sail with any gross tonnage of ship, and he could sail on any ocean. And the back of the card notes that in 1940 he was allowed to sail as a first-class pilot on San Pedro Bay in the Los Angeles Harbor. But unfortunately, we also have a deceased war and casualty record for Paul Buck. And this photo on the left is the photo that was attached to one of the forms in his record. He received, on the right, the Distinguished Service Medal for Distinguished Service in Enemy Action. He was the captain of a ship called the Stephen Hopkins that was en route from Suriname to South Africa to Suriname in South America on its maiden voyage in 1942. And on September 27, 1942, 2 German enemy surface raiders attacked their ship. He maneuvered his ship so that the heavier guns could be trained on the larger of the 2 ships, the Steyr, and that crew was forced to abandon its sinking ship, and the smaller ship was forced to withdraw. The damage caused by the German ship caused the Hopkins to sink, and there was only one lifeboat that was still operable, and it was overcrowded, so he chose to go down with the ship. Most of the men died on that ship. The 15 who survived on the lifeboat traveled 2,200 miles to Brazil and arrived there 31 days later. And on the right, we have the telegram that was in his casualty record, alerting his wife that he was missing in action and saying, please don't name the name of the ship. Okay, next we have civilian service record cards, 1875 to 1951. We call them SRCs for short. They're in record group 146, the records of the Civil Service Commission, and they were generated to illustrate a summary of service. They document the careers of civil servants from the dates of hire until the date of separation from the agency. Most of them were from the late 1800s through 1947, though a few of them go actually up into the 1970s. And they are arranged by agency, so it really helps if you have the agency or sub-agency to search these records. What you can find is the date, the place of birth, citizenship status, legal residence, prior military civil service, physical attributes, marital status, any dependents, education level, retirement date, employment summaries, and sometimes photos. And after this, you could go look in an official personnel folder. Of course, only those in service 1951 or earlier have records that are open to the public. This card is for Bertha I. Jackson. It shows her date of birth, a personal description, and it says she was a copy clerk for the News and Features section for the Office of War Information, and she was based in New York City. It indicates she had some pay increases, and it also indicated some effective dates of service. And lastly, we have the Arlington National Cemetery records. These are some of our newest records. The full name is the Disinterment Records, Gravesite Reservations, Records of Interments, and Grave Cards, and they're part of Record Group 319, Records of Army Staff. They are in the National Archives catalog, but they are listed still as being in Archives 2. That entry hasn't been changed yet. They are here. And they were created by the Department of Defense Arlington National Cemetery Branch to keep track of burials and disinterments at Arlington National Cemetery, as well as gravesite reservations. And they document the time period 1828 to 2011, but the forms were created from the 1940s to 2011. What you can find are the name, address, rank, unit, race. In the earlier cards, it would indicate if there was a race that they thought this person belonged to, dates of birth and death, and interment date. And from these, you can go to the Arlington National Cemetery interment control files and logs, which are searched by date of interment. So the cards are really useful to have because that's how you find the file. This first reservation is for Justin Hinders. It's just to show what a reservation card looks like. His wife preceded him, so he wanted to make a reservation so he could be buried next to her. And it shows his name and address, and it has his rank, which was EM1, Electrician's Mate 1, and it also shows his service number. This one is for General Pershing once again. He was he died and was buried in 1948, and his rank is listed as General, Armies of the United States. It shows his race as being white, and his date of birth, death, and interment, and the details on the special lot that he had because he was a general. The Ancestry.com database has similar forms to this, and that series is called U.S. National Cemetery Interment Control Forms, 1928 to 1962. They don't have the reservation cards, and they just have the interment cards, and they were digitized from the National Archives holdings. And there's slight differences in the card. They're two different cards. This card here is not in the Ancestry database because this individual died in 1963. This is the card for John F. Kennedy. And it's a much more detailed card than the card for Pershing. And that you'll find that as the dates progress, the information got more and more voluminous. This shows his grade, his service number, and his service dates. It lists his rank as Commander-in-Chief President. It does not show his race, so by 1963 they weren't including that anymore. It shows the dates of his birth, death, and interment. It actually has his wife's death, Jackie Kennedy, in Onassis, and when she was interred, and she was interred on May 23rd, 1994. And it also shows that two babies were interred shortly after JFK was buried. And he had a stillborn daughter who died in 1956, and their son Patrick, who was born and died soon after in 1961. It also shows the type of casket, the monument, and the address listed as White House, and the name of the funeral director is listed as government. And there's a nice article I included a link to that's about JFK's burial and why he was buried in Arlington instead of in a cemetery closer to the family home in Massachusetts. Okay, now this is just basic information on requesting a record. This is our mailing address and our fax number and our email address if you'd like to request a record. Reproduction fees for selected service cards are $7. For other records, it's 80 cents a page with a $20 minimum, and digitized cards are the same price. And you can also visit our research room in St. Louis. As indicated earlier, the new hours as of November 1st are going to be 8 to 4, Monday through Friday. And you need to set up an appointment for that, so call us, fax us, or email us. And thank you. Let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, David and Daria. A wealth of information in those cards, not a place that I knew about. Our first question is from Diva Cassandra. Do award cards and the VA Master Index file exist for members of the Army Nurse Corps during World War I?
Well, if the person was in the military, then yes, Army Nurse Corps veterans should have a VA file if they filed for benefits. As I said earlier, sometimes we only have a small percentage of these records, so if we don't have it, there's a good chance the Veterans Administration has that record.
Thank you. We have another question from the same audience member, Diva Cassandra. Does the $20 minimum reproduction fee cover a search for an individual across more than one series, or is it for each one? I'm looking for a nurse who served in the Army Nurse Corps in the AEF.
Oh, that's interesting. The search isn't for the actual search, it's for copies. We don't charge to do the search. It's just how many pages we would find. So when you do the search, we would search the different series, and then we would report back to you and say, we found this, this, and this, and it's probably, if we find it, it'd be a minimum of $20.
Okay. Thank you. I have a question from someone who's writing to us as Adventures in Genealogy. I am the only relative with information on a cousin, including his medals. I don't have his papers, but I'm not next of kin. Anyway, to get his information before 62 years, he never had children. I'll repeat the question if you like.
I think the question is if someone is not 62 years, you're saying if the person is deceased and there's no next of kin, I think you could be considered the next of kin possibly. I mean, and then you could request the record and say this person is, you might have to submit proof of death and the fact that there's no next of kin. David, you have anything to add to that?
No.
No, does that sound about right?
Okay, thank you. Our next question, if you request an OPF and are told it was destroyed in 1973 fire, can you assume that these other NPRC holdings have been searched to reconstruct, or do they have to be searched separately?
That's a good question. If the record is archival, our archivists and archive staff will usually try to search everything possible for somebody, because even if they don't have a military personnel file, they will have final pay vouchers and pay cards. So we would have always provided some sort of information. So if you did not receive any information when you requested a record, I would ask you to submit it again, and we would try to search again.
Thank you, that's helpful. We have a question about dependents. The question is, I heard military personnel with dependents only received a portion of their pay. Balance was sent to their dependent, for instance, spouse. Is this true? If yes, do pay records include dependent information?
They can include deductions, but it would just basically show a deduction. It would not say who the deduction was going to. But on the other hand, if they have a Veterans Administration claim file, often those would indicate who money was going to. So if you were sending it to your mother, or if you were sending it to your children, especially even after they got out of the service, that information would be in there. But again, most VA records are with the VA still, so it can take a long time to get a record from them because they're in the business of handling benefits for people who still need them.
Thank you. Our next question is about medical records. The question is from Mary Lee, and she asks, my dad was 4F for World War II. He never talked about it. It embarrassed him. Where could I get the information about why he was 4F?
Unfortunately, those records, any additional paperwork that would have been included in a selective service file, those have been destroyed as part of the normal records retention and records program by selective service. So that information would not be available anymore. You could receive the classification, which would show the 4F, but again, it wouldn't include why they received that classification.
Thank you. Let's see, our next question is from Jacqueline Jones. If I understand this correctly, she's saying, trying to see about her great-grandfather with the World War I draft card. Specifically, she says, would there be an OMPF card for the Signal Corps, U.S. Army, for World War I? My great-grandfather has this listed as his employer on his World War I draft card. So is there an OMPF card for the Signal Corps?
He was employed by the Signal Corps as a civilian employee. Then we would have a personnel file for him, a civilian personnel file. If he was in the military in the Signal Corps, we could do a pay card search for that.
Wonderful. So either way, there should be information on her great-grandfather. Our next question comes from Angela Walton Raji. She asks, are any of these records digitized or only at these repositories?
So right now, actually, for the selective service records for the World War II registration cards, we have partnered with Ancestry, and that's a project that is underway. They are slowly digitizing these records. There are millions and millions of cards. For example, for the state of New York alone, they had over 15 million registrants for one particular registration during World War II. So you can imagine there are a ton of these cards out there. So this is a project that will take at least 3 to 4 more years of work before they come up on Ancestry.
In addition, we are working on several pilot projects in-house to digitize some of the other cards that we've talked about today, but they're pretty far off right now. We're happy to sit, if you request them, we will search the cards ourselves. We search them by hand every day. We do scanning of them for individual requests, but as far as anything else being posted online right now, other than the selective service, there isn't a lot that's going to be up anytime soon.
Thank you so much, David and Daria. We're going to end your session, and I'm turning the microphone over to Diane Dimkoff.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, David and Daria. Once again, if our speakers did not get to your question, please email us at inquire@nara.gov. We'll now have a short intermission, and our next presentation will begin at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. Thank you.
To 20assignments were deemed. for each person. The types of projects conducted by the Civilian Conservation Corps were designed and managed by the Department of the Interior and the Department of Agriculture. And such projects included soil erosion, reforestation, and deforestation as needed, road construction, disaster aid, infrastructure development, and more. Most of the men who participated in the Civilian Conservation Corps sent money home to an allotee, and this was a person at home who received the money. It was usually this person was usually the enrollee's mother, but it could have been any other family member, or sometimes a friend if need be. Juniors earned $30 a month, and they were required to send at least $22 home. Veterans earned the same amount of money per month, and they were required to send at least 3/4 of their pay home, which was $22.50. Assistant leaders earned $36 a month, and leaders earned $45 a month. They did not have to send money home. It has been estimated that over $72 million was sent home to families throughout the course of the CCC program. CCC enrollees serve for 6-month stints, and they could serve up to 2 years total, although they did have to wait 6 months in between enrollment periods. So these CCC personnel records that we maintain here in St. Louis for enrollees are called individual records. Each enrollee had an individual record issued to them. They generally range from about 4 to 20 pages, but the average extent of an individual record is 8 to 10 pages. These records contain information about the enrollee in question, to include details about their CCC assignments, medical information, and training. Often applications are also included, which contains information about the enrollees' lives prior to joining the CCC. And these applications often list parents' names, education, schools that they went to, any other kind of maybe educational programs that they were a part of, and work experience. Individual records also include a record of hearing for disciplinary accusations. If there was a problem such as fighting or drunkenness, being AWOL or absent without leave, or worse, you never know, a detailed report will also be included if the individual died while serving in the CCC. This is an example of a cumulative record, and this shows the enrollees' activities and specifics prior to joining the Civilian Conservation Corps. So here you can see parents' information, their schooling and employment. And this is the cumulative record continued, and it has his training and education while he was involved in the program. They could take courses in first aid or cooking. They had a lot of different things that they could learn, and if they wanted to advance and become leaders, and each camp had a medical officer or first aid person, then they could learn those skills in order to do that. Unfortunately, CCC personnel records in St. Louis do not include photographs, and they do not include discharge documents. This that you're seeing here is an example of a discharge document, and everybody who was in the CCC received one of these, so it's just sort of a nice certificate that sums up their service. But unfortunately, these are not included with the personnel records, and even more unfortunately, we're not quite sure where any duplicates of these might be. The personnel records of those who served as medical officers or leaders were employed directly under the federal government. So they weren't employed under the program, they were employed to serve the program as federal employees under the government. And their personnel records take the form of official personnel folders. Included in official personnel folders, or what we call OPFs, are forms and correspondence related to the administrative nature and duties of employment. Additional records related to the CCC maintained in St. Louis include clinical and medical records and some fatality-specific files. So we have a few different, in addition to there being a difference between official personnel folders and individual records. This is a little slide that shows all the different types of formats that we have and the arrangement of the records as they are in St. Louis. Some of the CCC records were microfilmed in the 1940s, and the original records were destroyed. This includes individual records and medical and clinical records. Others still exist solely on paper, to include the official personnel folders, or OPFs, the fatality records, and the individual records of those who served in Hawaii and Alaska. In order to request CCC personnel records, please either submit a written request or fill out a NA Form 14136, which you can locate on our website. In order to locate the record in question, we will need the person's full name and any possible variations of the name that they might have had, any nicknames or any different spellings they may have had, even if you don't think that they would have used that form of the name while they were enrolled, because you never know. We will also need his date of birth, and ideally if we could also have the person's parents' names, his place of birth, and hometown at the time of enrollment. It's really helpful. And then best case scenario, if we can have everything, that we would also like to have his Social Security number, his place of service while in the Civilian Conservation Corps, his dates of service, and any other details that you might know or have about his CCC service. As with all the records here, any bit of information that you have, any little extra clues, helps us to find records. You can submit your request to our P.O. Box, which is shown here, via our fax number, through our email address, and all those numbers and addresses are shown here, and they're on our website as well. After your request is received by our office, we will perform a search for the desired information. If a record is located, we will invoice you $70 for any record over 5 pages and $25 for any record 5 pages or less. Additional CCC records are maintained at our National Archives facility in College Park and at our regional facilities as well, to include photographs, reports and schematics, and other project-specific files. The records of people who served in the CCC under the Indian Division are not here. They are actually located in the regional facilities of the National Archives as well.
Thank you so much. We do have a question that came in earlier from B. Carr. It's about photographs. The question is, I am lucky to have a large format photo of my dad's CCC unit. Did all units have these photos, and are they available through you?
We don't have any photographs at our facility. You would have to write to the Still Pictures branch, which is in College Park, Maryland. I am not sure if they have those panoramic photographs of an entire company. I've never seen one in in examples of photographs that they have, but you can always write to them and see. And if you go online to our National Archives catalog, many of the Civilian Conservation Corps pictures have been digitized and can be seen there as well. But I'm not quite sure about that. The group photo.
Thank you so much. On to another question from someone who's not sure if the relative served in the CCC. This comes from June Higgins. She's a little uncomfortable sending this, and she says, does one have to know that a relative served in the CCC and then request a record? Is there any way to search to find if a relative served in the CCC?
Yes, you sure can. You can still submit a request. It would be helpful for us to know that you're not sure, so if you could write that on the request. We'll still perform an extensive search, but that way we'll know that if we don't find a record, it's because there might not be one. But our records are arranged alphabetically, so we don't need to know where the person served. So if you're not quite sure, or if you don't quite know where they served, that's okay, because we can search by their name. It's just helpful to have that extra information, because then we can verify that we have the right person. So go ahead and submit. And a lot of men who served in World War II got their start in the Civilian Conservation Corps. That's an extra little bit of information.
Thank you so much. We have a few people who missed the first several slides, and so they're sorry to ask you to repeat this. What is the age range of people who could join the CCC? Was it males only or females too? So two questions.
It is a good question. It was males only. There are a few females who worked in administrative roles higher up, and they would have been employed by the federal government, but not very many. I think I've only actually found one woman that worked with the Civilian Conservation Corps, but not as an enrollee. I'm going to find those ages here real quick one more time. It was, it was 18 to, I think it was 18 to 27, and then later 17 to 23. I'm just verifying the 27 part. So, yeah, but they were younger guys, and that was only if they were considered a junior, if they were a veteran, a military veteran, or if they served as a leader or an assistant leader. It didn't matter what their age was, they could still join. So if you were a junior, if you were a younger guy who wasn't a veteran and didn't have experience, it was 18 to 28, and then later they changed the ages to 17 to 23.
Thank you so much. At this time, I do not have any more questions for you, so I'm turning the microphone over to Diane Dimkoff.
Thank you so much, Ashley. And now I have an oops, I guess. We had a slide glitch. Some of you were gracious enough to let us know. You need to know that the handouts from Ashley's presentation are online, and we're working fervently with the web staff to get those slides up, and they will be up as soon as possible, and along with the rest of the slides from the Genie Fair, they will be up continuously. So please bear with us, and I'm so sorry. This concludes the first day of the 2015 Genealogy Fair. The video presentations and handouts, as I said, will remain available on the website after the event. And we will tune in tomorrow, if you can, at 10 o'clock, and we will start day number 2 for the fair. And keep those selfies coming of you and your workstations and your dogs and your cats and your kids. And are looking forward to seeing all of those. So thank you so much for all of your participation on the chat line today, for all of you watching, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you.